Hi, I'm Aubrey, and I play Isobel, the entrepreneurial.
I'm Clara, and I play Katy Lynn, the marshal.
Hi, I'm Termite, and I play Piper, the underground.
Hi, I'm Bookkeeper, and I play Bishop Thomas.
Hi, I'm Seth, and I play Arthur.
And I'm Bloodied Porcelain. I'll be your storyteller for the evening. In the world of darkness, hunters know full well that they are not the apex predators on the planet. Vampires offer up their blood as an addictive intoxicant. Fae take over mind and soul. Mages casually rewrite reality itself. Wraiths warn that even death is not the end people hope for. From worlds impossible to horrors all too likely, one RV has made the trek across the country a few times now, its passengers ever vigilant against the things that go bump in the night. But the strain is shown. One gave up control for illusions.
One watched the shattering of an innocent mind.
One gave up life to guarantee vengeance for another.
One now dares a final rescue.
In their wake, someone else is just coming to terms with this world of darkness. Someone willing to say,
Fuck it. If it bleeds, I can hunt it.
in the ashes of the hunters, new madmen arise. Good evening, players.
Oh,
Hello.
Last week, we lost someone special to us, and another person gave up control of her life in order to allow someone close to her to have a chance at living. A member of the Second Inquisition met their end, and one more wielder of true faith was removed from the world. In the aftermath of this, we find ourselves doing a little bit of a rewind. At the end of last episode, we got to see Rosanna's story wrap up sometime quite a while after the final fight with her sister, where she went out into the middle of nowhere, had one final picnic lunch with the Fae that she was willing to give up her life for. And in so doing, we had skipped time forward a bit to give everybody that chance at that final resolution for her. Tonight, rather than starting with the full party, we're going to rewind the clock just a little bit. We're going to tuck Isobel and Piper away into the bed and breakfast that they went to stay in to recuperate from their last mission, for their time to grieve. And instead, we are going to transition over to the Holt holdings back in Louisiana. It's a few days after Arthur's funeral. Katy Lynn has been... Well, Katy Lynn, why don't you tell us what the last few days have been like for you?
To be honest, I don't remember a lot of it. I know everyone has been there for me, and the kitchen is full of hot dishes. I'm keeping everything as together as I can. But I don't think I'm going to be able to remember any of this. Not really.
Okay. It's about 3 days after you sent Rosanna and Piper and Isobel away. Having gotten an answer from Rosanna about what happened to your husband, but not one that you find satisfying. There wasn't any detail. All she told you was, he died because of my sister, and she's dead now too. And you're sitting in Arthur's office at the house, maybe trying to keep your mind busy by going over some of the recent supply orders that you've had to place. Looking at bills that have come in. Probably a little bit cursing the fact that you sent everybody away, because Piper really does make all of this so much easier. When, you know, she's got her little computer tricks. You're not entirely sure what happens, but she pushes a few buttons and everything just sort of seems to happen. But looking at them was hard. You needed space and time to breathe. And it's as you're burying yourself in this work, or trying to, that a phone that you haven't had a call on in a few days, because there was really only one person there's really only a few people who call you on it. One of them, with his charming Irish accent, promised that he would not call until you texted and told him that you were ready for that. And he promised that a certain surly Russian would also not call and bother you until you said that you were ready to be bothered. But that they wouldn't go so far that they couldn't be there if you needed them. And aside from them, the only other people who have that phone number, one probably doesn't even know what's happened yet. And the other isn't in any position to call anymore. But it rings.
I'll answer it. Is there caller ID?
There is. It is not a number that you recognize, but it is local.
I let it go to voicemail. No, very tempted to do so. I'll pick it up. I'm not a monster.
Okay. Thomas? You're almost not sure if she's going to pick up the phone. It takes her a hot minute before it finally comes on, and it says hello.
Mrs. Dent?
Yeah, yes.
My name is Thomas Shaw. Before I say anything else, I am so very sorry for your loss.
Is there a reason you're calling? If it's just to express condolences, I have a lot of them. And I don't think I need more.
You do. Actually, I'm a bishop with the Catholic Church. I was present when your husband passed. And I met the people he worked with. And I felt, out of my impression of them, my own feeling of obligation, I should call you. Have you been told what happened to him?
I was told that Rosanna's sister, it killed him, and she's dead now. So I don't really have much more of an option, much more detail than that.
That is not entirely accurate.
Okay.
But this is also not a story I would like to relay to you over the phone. at your discretion, you would be welcome at St. Louis Cathedral, where I could explain it to you, or if you need that level of closure, I can show you.
Show me what exactly what happened.
I can show you what happened.
How far is it?
We're just in New Orleans.
Right. My schedule's pretty clear, so
Take your time. If you decide you don't want to come, that's fine. I would need to come to you then. I have, strange to say, I have some paperwork for you.
why don't you come here? I've sent. There aren't that many people out here right now, so.
All right.
Should be.
I'm happy to come to you. I can't show you what happened if I come to you. This video is secure for a reason. But I'm happy to do so.
No, I can meet you. What is tomorrow fine? Okay.
Tomorrow will be perfect.
All right. And I just hang up.
All right, then. We're going to... Is there anything that you want to do, or can we fast forward?
I can't think of anything, although I guess in the meantime, I've assumed somehow I've received the address and things.
Yeah, a few minutes later, you get a text message with an address at a time from not the exact same number. You suspect that the number that you were being called from was probably an old landline. But a few minutes later, you get an address and a phone number. Okay, you pack up the next day, grab your shower, put yourself together, get one of the cars that belongs to the church, and actually you head out to the little parking lot with the various church cars. And instinct always has you walk towards a specific car, and you kind of pause a few steps away, because you realize that the reason why your instinct is to go there is that that's the car that Arthur always drove when he was out on the road, and you just can't do it yet. So you hard right turn, jump into one of the other cars that doesn't smell like him, and pull out and head into New Orleans. St. Louis Cathedral is a famous building. You weren't aware of the name when the bishop told it to you, but when you see it and you realize that that's the address that you've been given, you're like, oh no, I know where this is. You've never been inside. You're not really the sightseeing type, but you've driven by a few times, having to go into the city for things. You find yourself a parking spot nearby, and then head inside, or head, through the crowd of people, because there's always like tourists in this area. Kind of have to navigate your way through this swarm of people outside into this huge white stone, beautiful building, old building. The little plaque nearby, the historical plaque, says that it's the oldest Catholic cathedral in the U.S. When you walk in, it is quiet. It is a fair bit dimmer inside than it is outside. You're not competing with the heat as much anymore either. It's a little humid, but it's not quite as uncomfortable. And sitting in one of the front pews, staring up at the cross above the altar, is an older man, but he seems to be the only person in the room right now.
assume that's who I'm looking for.
Thomas, you do hear the doors open.
Thomas will stand, turn around. Mrs. Dent? Or do you prefer Katy Lynn?
Katy Lynn is fine.
Katy Lynn, I'm Thomas. You come sit down.
It's been a minute since I've been in a Catholic church. Are you Father Thomas or Bishop Thomas?
Bishop Thomas is fine. Thomas is fine.
All right. And I'll join him. You said that there...
Go ahead.
You said that there was something I needed to see.
Well, there's something I can show you. You are the one who's going to decide whether you need to see it or not.
I don't know if I'm going to take it well, but I do think I need to.
Okay.
I don't really trust the anecdote of someone who, frankly, caused a lot of strife in my relationship with my husband.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm going to take you downstairs to our office. The video will be there. I'm going to ask you to sign a few papers before. It's not anything having to do with the video, but we had I represent an organization that we intended to employ Arthur, and we had put together a small retirement package for him, and I want to make sure that you get that. Only seems right.
He didn't work for you yet, though.
Katy Lynn, you would know that he was a contractor for them, so he wasn't like a direct hire yet. But that was part of the agreement and plan that you and Arthur had talked about before the last couple of missions.
And all of my theological study in my life has taught me that God does not care about time, and therefore neither do I.
An interesting take. Unfortunately, I've sort of on the outs with at least one God. So.
I have a ton of biblical recommendations of various biblical writers who were on the outs with God. There's practically an entire fifth of the Psalms about it.
Maybe next time. I think...
As it happens, we have Mass every day. Doesn't have to be today. Why don't you follow me?
Lead on.
The bishop stands, leads you back a little bit towards a side door, set back into an alcove. It's almost one of those things that you could miss if you didn't know it was there. As you get close, there's a little clearing of the throat from an open door nearby. And as you turn, there is a nun holding a rather hefty looking manila envelope. Half of her face is covered in burn scars. But she looks, despite the severity of the scars and the markings, she has one of those pleasant kind of welcoming faces. And you feel like she's one of those people that could make you smile just by smiling at you if her eyes just weren't so sad at the moment. But she hurries over with the packet and a pen. they're holding a meeting in the conference room, so I thought perhaps the office upstairs would be better before you go down.
I see.
Sorry.
All right then.
It takes a few minutes, but the sister flips through several pages, kind of walks Katy Lynn through what each form means. And for the most part, they're all kind of pre-filled out. There is not an extreme amount of money. This isn't like a payoff, but there is enough that if Katy Lynn doesn't, go out and buy like a new car tomorrow or something like that, would probably keep her pretty comfortably for at least 5 to 10 years if she's super sparing. 5 years if she lives kind of at a normal, comfortable level outside of the cult.
Wild.
You can see that like that's basically like it's effectively like the life insurance payout part of the retirement plan. There are lines that kind of indicate that had Arthur been with them longer and had more time, the number would have accrued. There would have been like not quite a 401k, but essentially a 401k that would have been that he could have paid into from the paychecks. But she'll take you through it, have you sign off on everything. Like I said, it's about 5 years of comfortable living outside of the compound. In the compound, you could probably stretch it for a good 10 years, but you also don't know what happens to the church with him gone. So,
yeah.
But it doesn't take very long to get through. She's very efficient. Everything has got those little like colorful sticky note tabs that she flips through and walks you through everything. And then once it's all done, she'll hand you a second envelope that has your copies of everything. I'll go and get these filed.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you.
Sorry for your loss. And then she turns and hurries off. The bishop turns back towards that door that you almost could overlook, and then opens it up, and there's a set of steep spiral stone stairs that lead down into a basement, which is weird, given the location. Basements aren't something you really see in Louisiana. You descend down into this place. The walls are dark stone. The same stone as the steps that you're on. You go down into a long kind of, I don't want to say sterile, but it's very like plain and empty hallway. And make your way down to a doorway off to the side, marked. I believe I had said that it was marked security in the last episode.
Yes.
And when the bishop opens the door, it is a small room. There's nobody in there currently, but there is a wall full of monitors and computers. It looks like this is like where all of their security feeds and things go.
Your reputation as an organizer precedes you. Everything I've heard about you says you are one of the most competent people anyone who has ever spoken to you has ever met.
Well, that's... Depending on who you get that information from, the bar is fairly low.
For some of them. Some not so much. Let's have a seat.
This is quite the setup for a church.
Well, how much did Arthur tell you about the people who were planning to employ him?
Quite a bit. I know that you're backed by the government and...
Or partnered with the government, really.
I see.
We've been doing this longer than they have.
Forgive my candor, but... You know, they say that the Church of the Rising Star is a cult, but you seem to have more of the accoutrement.
The difference between a church and a cult is usually defined by, in my experience, by its membership role. But this part of the church, the reason why it's not on the tour, the Society of St. Leopold hunts monsters.
And I assume that's how you have this footage, or whatever
Yes.
it is. That is
Rosanna?
essentially what Arthur implied.
Rosanna and her sister shared access to an entity. The way in which that entity was treated caused strife between the two of them. Strife that eventually boiled over here.
I see.
And he will reach over and he will tap a couple of buttons and bring up the video.
Okay. Katy, Lynn, the center monitor is what flicks over from a live feed to a recording. You don't hear what they're saying, but you see a few moments, just a few seconds of Bishop Thomas in the middle of a what looks like a training room. Almost has the look of like a dojo to it. And then he turns and leaves the room, leaving behind Rosanna and Arthur and a woman in almost like a tactical outfit, but also a nun's wimple at the same time, who looks like Rosanna's carbon copy, but fitter and a little bit more, I want to say, like, hard around the edges. She looks like she spends most of her time working out, whereas Rosanna was just, naturally fit and beautiful. This woman looks like she goes to the gym every damn day, and works at it. But the face is unmistakable. They look like the same person, but like Rosanna stepped out of a different life. And there's a few moments of talking, and then it's a little bit like chaos. Arthur and the woman tangle. Rosanna runs for the wall nearby, and grabs what you realize after a moment, because she's stringing it, is an old-fashioned English longbow. The woman that Arthur is tangling with wildly outclasses him. He is fighting for his life, and it's not going well. But to keep from narrating what was effectively almost 2 full hours of the stream from last week, I'll skip forward a bit to the moment that matters the most to Katy Lynn, which is after a minute, maybe two tops. Rosanna gets the bow strung, knocks an arrow, and pulls back on the string and points it at her sister. And you watch as Arthur looks over and seems to realize what's about to happen. And I'm not going to make you roll for this. He's your husband. Nobody knows him, but nobody knew him better than you did. You see the moment where he makes a choice to do what he's about to do, where a look of resolution and finality replaces the desperation that he'd had on his face throughout most of the confrontation, where he jumps at Rosanna's sister, hooks his arms over her shoulders and under her armpits, and wheels her around to force her chest to be facing Rosanna. You watch as Rosanna lets go of the string, and the arrow flies forward and strikes almost dead center, straight through the heart. The odd part is that when it hits, there is a flash of light from where it hits her. It's like green. And you watch as both the woman's body and Arthur's spasm for just a moment. And then they both fall. It's hard to see on the camera, but you realize as Rosanna registers what just happened, she goes running over and is sobbing over Arthur's body. And you realize with where her hands are that it looks like the arrow went directly through Rin's body and into Arthur's chest. And I have a question for Katy Lynn. You're watching all of this so far without sound. It doesn't take much for you to spot where the button to unmute the video is. Would you choose to do so?
It's like, it's a full out-of-body experience, and Katy Lynn reaches over and just presses it.
Okay. You reach over and you tap the key on the keyboard. Thomas, you didn't even realize she was going to do that. It just happens. And it's too late before you can even so much as move. And you listen to the moment of the two of them talking and Rosanna screaming for somebody to come unlock the door. You can hear Rin rasping and gasping for air around the blood filling up her lungs. And rather than play out the entire conversation, I suspect the most impactful part is going to be Arthur and Rosanna both confessing that they loved each other right before he slips away.
footage ends, does it keep going, or does it just?
It does keep
recycle?
going. There's a few moments of her weeping over Arthur's body. A man in a similar tactical outfit, with a priest collar though, comes in after a little bit of back and forth. He ends up giving her a long hug because he asks if she needs it, and she says yes. And then he gathers up Arthur's body to give her a moment with her sister, which you can watch if you want. But I somehow doubt that Katy Lynn cares all that much about that part of it.
No,
the man who gathers up Arthur is as respectful as he can be, given that he's hauling around dead weight. He does everything he can to move Arthur as gently as possible.
You can stop it if you'd like.
He does so.
So, Rosanna killed them. And if Thomas looks over, Katy Lynn's not crying. She's not. They only, like, you can just see, like, there are, like, her fists are clenched and unclenching, and there are, like, the little half moons of her nails digging into her palms, but that's pretty much the most that you see out of her as far as a distressed reaction is concerned.
We believe she didn't expect whatever that flash of light was.
Did the light kill her? Because I saw her shoot him.
The light. We have guesses. We don't fully understand the entity that the two of them were sharing. We know some things about it. There's a possibility it made the arrow hit harder.
I see. And once her sister was taken care of, it didn't matter anymore. Rosanna just gets to go.
You mean you feel we should have detained her?
I don't know. I'm still processing a lot of what I just saw.
I understand. I will do my best to answer your questions.
Don't have any. Every question I have is answered right here. So I've He loved her enough to die for her, and he didn't love me enough to live for me. And that's just knowledge I have now. And I guess I'm glad that I have that closure.
I'm sorry for your pain.
Thank you. That helps a ton. And I will use that, I'm sure, for something else. I'm sorry.
It's all right. You think this is the first time I've been yelled at by people who are grieving?
No, I understand. I don't know what to do with people being sorry for me right now.
I know. It's complicated. Because you don't know what to do with condolence. It doesn't fill the hole. It doesn't patch over things that are broken. It just is. And half the time, people offer it mostly because they don't know what else to do.
Neither do I. I am without a husband, and this whole nonsense has essentially taken the rest of what is my family from me, and I just have to be. If I can't stop, because if I stop, everything goes to shit. So, and all I have is a shit ton of casseroles in my fridge and people saying they're sorry for my loss, as if it's going to bring Arthur back or it's going to unfuck us. I'm sorry. We are at a
All
church.
Right. I've heard worse. I don't want you to answer this right now. But if you're looking in, say, the next day or two, if you're looking for something to do with all of the stuff that is roiling inside you, call me.
Partly think that a woman who is healthily dealing with her grief is going to be the best employee for a group that hunts monsters.
I couldn't agree less.
Sure.
Thinking
That does not bode well for you. I'll start heading out. There's nothing else I need here.
Okay. The bishop escorts you up and out of the lower level of the cathedral, and outside.
You will run out of casseroles eventually. Some of them will probably go bad in the meantime.
Well, I have a wonderful severance package. And apparently future employment.
And if that severance package is all you need to make it right, then go with God. But if you need more, call me.
Thank you, Thomas.
You're welcome, Katy Lynn.
Okay. And you leave?
Yep.
Okay. All right. We are going to... Is there anything specific you want to do following your meeting with Thomas? Or are you going home?
I was gonna say down Rosanna. I can't think of anything.
We can't do that right here and right now. So,
I think Katy Lynn just takes the long drive home.
okay.
and probably messages Patty and Tav, if nothing else.
Okay. What do you message them?
I think just I don't even know, just a like super unhealthy. I think she just messages them even together, just I need to get Arthur's car detailed and I need some boxes that are too heavy for me to move if you want to come back and help me with those.
Okay. Patty is the one to reply. And his question is, just us?
For now.
Okay. We'll be there soon. I wasn't quite anticipating you having them go by themselves, but that's totally fine. I'm gonna
just for transparency, like it'll take another at least another week before she's like, and let the other two come back. That's fine.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to tuck Katy Lynn away for a moment, and focus on the other girls. Isobel and Piper. I don't know what the two of you have been up to since coming out to the B&B, but I assume it's at least a little bit just trying to kind of get your head right after leaving a room, and then the next time you saw your friends, one of them was dead. Rosanna has effectively told you that she doesn't want to be bothered. You haven't seen her leave her room. And that's about that. The two of you are hanging out, probably just quietly being in each other's company, because neither of you wants to be alone. And Patty comes into the room with his phone in his hand, and he looks over at Isobel. Got a text message, love?
Everything all right?
No. Her husband's dead, of course it's not all right.
Yeah.
She's asked Tav and I to come back, help her pack up her things, get her life right for a few days. We'll both have our phones on us if you need us. We'll leave the RV here so that you all have your own wheels. We'll just take the bikes.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't expect her going anywhere. Oh.
All right. He moves over. They both take a long minute to give you pretty hard hugs, because since they came into your life, this is probably the first time that they've both just left for more than just a few hours. So it's awkward for all involved, but Tav takes a moment to kind of explain that this is they're going because she's their friend.
Yeah.
And needs the
Isobel.
support.
Isobel completely understands that Katy Lynn needs much more support than Isobel does, and one of the things I guess she likes about them and loves about them is, they seem all thorny and badass, but they care, and it melts her heart a little bit.
Okay. Like I said, they give you long hugs and kisses, and then go to pack up their things, and they're gone within an hour. Is there anything the two of you would like to talk about before I kind of skip us all forward?
I
Okay.
Yeah, Piper's also probably been working, at least when they haven't been working on the plan, working on at least starting on making Isobel's mask.
All right.
Since she doesn't have the information for Nessa yet.
Okay. Well, I mean, making a mask takes about a week.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you've got all the time in the world to work on it, and because you're not really doing anything else, you could probably do both masks. Isobel, I would say probably has enough of Nessa's information to be able to give you what you need. So I'll say that you can do both of them in that week.
Awesome.
Just because you're not doing anything else. So and knowing Piper, you'll sacrifice sleep.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Moving back to Katy Lynn. Patty and Tav show up a few days, like a day, maybe 2 days later, to make a very long, winded thing short. They help you pack up your house. They get you I'm assuming you want like a moving truck so that you can move your stuff into at least a storage unit if you're leaving. Go ahead.
Yeah, it started as a let's put away the stuff that keeps bringing Arthur back, and then turns into like, oh, I actually think I just have to leave for a while.
That's understandable. So during that time, it is mostly Tav and various members of the MC that he like tugs in to help with the heavy lifting. Patty and Tav both help you pack what they can. But at one point or another, Patty walks in to ask you a question and finds you sitting on the edge of your bed and staring down at this bronze-ish bracer in your hands. Arthur almost never went anywhere without it. You don't know where it came from. You just know that he disappeared the first time, and when he came back, he had it, and he basically never let it out of his sight, unless he was sleeping or showering afterwards. In your hands, it makes your fingertips tingle. There is something about it that feels important, and even a little bit powerful. Patty kind of pauses and looks at that and looks at you and then looks at that. I assumed you'd have buried him with it.
Didn't think about it really. I guess they took it off when they were preparing the body.
Well, do you want to keep it?
I don't know what it is, really. It's some silly thing that Arthur kept.
I don't know exactly what it is either, but I saw him, saw what he did when he wore it a few times. Saw him put his fist clear through a werewolf's chest while wearing that thing. It might not have been that, but it might have been that. I don't know.
Do you want it? I don't need... I don't know. We've been getting rid of his stuff for storage. And Kaylin will hand it to Patty and just...
Patty is going to move over and sit next to you without taking it. I'm going to ask the question we've all been avoiding since we got here. Clear that you're planning on leaving, but what are you going to do? In all the time I've known you, you've never been the type to sit idle, so I don't think you're going to go rent an apartment and hold yourself up for the rest of your life.
I don't know yet. Bishop Thomas gave me an offer, but that seems honestly dangerous.
He kind of looks thoughtful at that. Aye, perhaps. There's worse people you could march into danger beside than Catholics. And he sort of nudges you with his shoulder and gives you a little lopsided grin.
Yeah. I don't know yet.
Alright, better question. Did you keep up with the lessons we gave you while he was gone?
Which ones?
The guns, the shooting.
Yes, actually.
Good.
Just nice to do something that clears your head a little.
And regardless of what you choose to do, knowing that you'll be able to protect yourself is important. So I'm gonna take this, and he'll reach over and very gently take the bracer from your hands. And I'm gonna give it back to you later.
If you want to keep it, it's fine.
It's not about I don't. This doesn't have it's got meaning to you. You might not be ready to hold on to it right this second, but you will be.
We'll see, yeah. Thank you.
Anytime. Listen. I haven't reached out to him yet, but I know a certain someone who could probably use the comfort of a friend just as much as you could. So when you're ready, you let me know and I'll find him.
I have his number if I need it.
That's fair. If he doesn't answer, you let me know and I'll find him and kick his ass.
I've never had a problem with it. I don't know how healthy it is for me to talk to quiet right now.
That's fair. Just a thought.
I'm still deciding whether or not I need to speak to Rosanna.
That's a heavy topic.
I don't know if it's closure I'm looking for with her or revenge, so when I sort that out, maybe I should be allowed in the same room with her.
Gives a little nod. I can understand that. He kind of puts an arm around your shoulders, gives you a tight squeeze. I'm gonna go keep working on the kitchen. You take all the time you need, all right?
Yeah. Thanks.
Whatever you need. When are you going to let us give a proper... I mean, I know he's already in the ground, but when are you going to let us give a proper Irish wake? You haven't drunk nearly enough. And there hasn't been, any music.
Is that something you feel like you need?
No, I think it's something that you need. Because a lot of people, especially here in this country for some reason, only focus on the loss. And they forget to celebrate the life. And you keep burying yourself in the things that make you sad. And whatever will keep your mind off of the things that keep you sad.
I'm not burying myself in them. We're actively removing them from the house.
He kind of gives you a look.
If it will make you happy.
When you're packed up and you know where you're going next, I'm giving you a proper send-off. And you know Tav will be there because any excuse to fucking drink.
Yeah. I'm sure there are several handles hidden that I don't know about.
Always. And probably a good few you do.
Oh, I certainly do. It's my house. Let's plan for it to be soon.
Okay. We will.
All right.
Patty leaves the room, taking the bracer with him. Anything else that you want to do? Any conversations you want to have before we skip forward to when the girls show up?
Not that I can think of. It is just a lot of like packing up and like in the evenings shooting with Patty. She's sort of still on autopilot.
So it ends up being Tav more often than Patty that you go shooting with. Patty is kind of a workhorse during the day. Like he takes over as like a general in your house. He's like ordering people around and organizing things. And at one point he shows up with a moving truck that you didn't order, and hands you a key to a storage unit. He's very large and in charge and efficient, so that you have your time, and get to do as much as you feel comfortable doing, without having to manage a bunch of people. When he's not managing people, Patty sort of disappears at times. You're not sure where he's going. You're not sure if he's... Yeah, you don't know. It's hard to keep track of. There's so many people in and out of your house. You're not entirely sure where he is at all times. But he disappears usually in the evenings, while you go off to shoot with Tav and some of the other guys. After about a week of that, you said, is when you would finally give the okay for Isobel and Piper to come and join everybody. Isobel, you get a text message from Tav saying that you guys are welcome to come down to New Orleans. At this point, you have gotten the letter from Rosanna that basically says that she is done. She doesn't want anybody to come find her. She's moving on to the next phase of her life, whatever that is. And she's washing her hands of all of it.
All of us.
Effectively, yes.
Yes.
There is paperwork for her to transfer the RV over to either you or Piper. It's kind of up to you guys what you want, or who ends up inheriting it. But all the paperwork is done and whatnot. So all that really has to be done is it has to be signed, and then filed formally. But her bike is gone. Most of her things are either gone or still in the RV. So kind of up to you guys exactly what you're doing.
I believe Isobel will just pack all of Rosanna's things away, put them in a corner, and if Rosanna comes back for them, great. If not, in like a month or so, they'll just get donated.
Cool. All right, all of Rosanna things go into a couple of boxes. I will say in the little garage area because it's probably the easiest place to keep it out of Katy Lynn's eyesight.
It's that or in the little computer lab we have.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, your computer lab is also kind of your dining room, so it is an RV, guys. Like you have a lot of multi-purpose spaces.
It's in my surgery, so it's underneath the surgical table.
Yep, that's the garage. Is also the surgery. Is also the lab. So, you guys roll up to the what do you call it?
Oh,
The compound. About a week after Patty and Tov left, Tov greets you at the gate and opens it up for you guys to pull in. And we'll say it's probably about late afternoon. It's about dinner time. One of the other guys from the MC that you've seen and maybe had a passing word with, but you don't really know all that well, is walking up the front steps to Katy Lynn's house with a stack of pizza boxes and a brown paper grocery bag on top that clinks suspiciously, Katy Lynn. And he hands them over to you. Patty said you'd be needing dinner. I guess you're having guests. I don't know. I was just told to go pick it up.
No, I'll take it. There's cooking smells from the kitchen.
Oh, well.
oops.
He looks a little awkward. I guess he didn't know if you were going to be cooking. Sorry.
No, it's fine. And I'll take them from him, and he knows what he likes, so. Yeah.
Well, he said he'd be around in a bit. He's wrapping some things up, and then he'll be here.
All right. I'll take them from him. Do you want to come in?
No, I still have things I have to do, or Patty will break my legs. So he kind of gives you a little smile and a half salute. Anything else you need, boss?
No, but come by when you're done.
Okay, will do. And he wanders off. Isobel and Piper, you climb. I guess you're climbing out of the RV about now.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Tov scoops Isobel up and spins her in a circle and kisses her cheeks.
Yeah. She'll lean into it. She hasn't seen him in a week.
And he will fist bump Piper.
While not putting Isobel down.
While not putting Isobel down. He holds Isobel with one arm and fist bumps Piper with the other hand. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
And he walks the two of you over to where Katy Lynn is standing on the porch with arms full of pizza boxes.
Hey.
You're muted.
You're muted, dear.
I'm fighting the sun. Patty ordered pizza.
Yeah, that
I
explains that.
see. Yeah.
Come inside. There's drinks, and I was making something, and I think there's suspiciously more drink than I even anticipated.
Kayla, I'm gonna say this in the nicest way possible. Go sit the fuck down, please.
Genuinely, I need to be busy.
That's fair.
And I will, in a motion that is very practiced, Kaylin will open the door with her back and head into the house.
Yeah, Piper will follow.
Yeah, Isobel will follow as well. And Isobel doesn't want to like ask the questions like, how have you been? Because she knows the answer to that. And it's just like, where do we start conversation? Isobel, who's not good at people.
What's the plan?
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean?
I assume there's a reason you had Patty and Toph come by.
Yeah,
we're packing house.
We're packing house. Actually, Piper, there's still more stuff in Arthur's office that I need to sort through. If you have the time, I would love the help, but I understand you don't have to.
No, that's fine. It's really not a big deal, I promise. Not the IRS again yet, is it?
A little bit of that, but mostly it's just, I need to step away, and I think we just need to dissolve what we can of the church before it implodes and leaves someone else holding the bag.
Yeah, I can see what I can do.
And that's been honestly keeping me pretty busy, and so Patty insisted we have a proper wake for Arthur, and so we're doing that. And yeah, that's where it's happening, I guess. And like, if you head into the kitchen, if you can think of it, Katy Lynn has made it. Because if I stop moving, I'll be sad.
Yeah, Piper just kind of looks at everything, looks at Katy Lynn, looks at everything, looks at Katy Lynn, doesn't look away for a solid 10-15 seconds.
Oh yeah, like just the bowls and bowls and bowls of the weird multicolored food.
Probably not as multicolored, but yeah, it's like part of it is that because she's trying to like move, she's using all of the food, and just she's going through as much as she can, and it's like, well, no time like the present to break out the good stuff, so it's bad.
Yeah, but yeah, Piper's look, and like she's kind of looking over the top of her sunglasses. It's very much a look of, really? But not like judgmental.
Just like, really?
Like there's a little bit of judgment, but also very much the look of, oh, I know what this is.
Tav, when he walks in and realizes how much more food there is than there was yesterday, because he hasn't been in the kitchen all day. He's been working. He kind of blinks a little bit. I don't think Patty understood what you meant when you said you were going to cook something, because you said that at breakfast.
I started with.
I don't think she planned on much.
Okay.
I think this kind of just happened.
It's all right. I'm gonna take these, and he scoops up the pizza boxes, and I'm gonna go take them to the guys.
Sounds like a good idea.
Because all of this looks better than pizza anyway.
Thank you. There's when you're moving, you need to use all the food anyway, so we're just dealing with that.
Understood. I'm gonna take these to the boys. And he leaves the booze, leaves all but a single bottle of vodka, which he takes with him. And takes the pizza boxes. You're not gonna defeat the sunlight, just let it happen.
It's killing me.
It's fine. It'll be fine in like 20 minutes anyway. We're fine.
I know. I'm sorry.
And he disappears, leaving the three of you behind.
And like it's so awkward as far as like tension. Katy Lynn is like going back to cook. It is really is, if you can think of it, Katy Lynn has made it. And is like clearly something is still in the oven, and some like there are two things on the stove. And when everything is in a state where she just has to like wait for it, she is now like furiously washing dishes.
Yeah, I think Isobel will just, sort of try to find ways to help wash dishes or anything food-wise. I think that's all she can think to do at the moment.
Making sure there's clear counter space for when things get finished.
How have things been with you? I know that you sort of were asked to leave quickly.
It's okay. Been all right. Working on something that's been keeping me busy. It is incredibly stupid. But you know what else is new?
Do you get tired? Don't you get tired of doing incredibly stupid stuff?
Yeah, I guess in a way.
Haven't you gotten tired of cooking all day today?
So get out.
It's the same thing, at least for me.
Well, cooking isn't going to get me killed.
Yeah, well, this last thing I need to do is important. Someone who I care about is in a bad place because of something I did, so I'm trying to fix that.
What do you mean?
Isobel sort of thinks of how to phrase this. She's not biologically related to me, but I was adopted by her mother.
You can just call her your sister.
Yeah. My sister?
It gets the message across.
Yeah. A couple years ago, my sister became a vampire. I helped her mother hunt her down and put a stake through her chest. And for the last however long, she's been stuck in whatever field office our mother has put her in. And I've decided that I can't let that go for any longer. I made a promise to protect her, and I've been real shit at that promise.
If she's staked, shouldn't she be dead? Isn't that what vampires do?
They're just like kind of paralyzed. They can't move or do anything when they're staked. They're still alive.
Somewhere between paralyzed and fully comatose. Depends on a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
I see. And what would you do with her if she was, when you got her out?
I'm going to find a place far away from our mother and I'm going to protect her. I'm figuring out a lot of things still. I'm leaving. This is my last job. I'm not going to hunt things after this. Plan is find small town somewhere or big town where I can get lost and get a job at a hospital. Try to live a normal life. Vampire sister.
And Piper, are you trying to get out as well?
Not completely. At least I don't plan to, but that's very dependent on how this whole situation goes.
Yeah. And Arthur, we had planned the last encounter to be Arthur's last, and then he would retire. Because technically he did.
I remember him talking about it.
Seems like a bit of a curse, right? One last job.
That's what they always say in the movies, right?
Unfortunately, that's how hunting goes sometimes.
Yeah. And all I have to do is break into a Second Inquisition field office, take a comatose body out to a car, and drive off. Isobel sort of gives a knowing smile and just goes, sure, that won't be incredibly difficult.
I'll be honest, it will be neither the stupidest nor most difficult thing I think we've done since we met each other.
I mean, we sent a god home, so I think that does kind of go to the most difficult and stupidest thing we've done.
Definitely stupidest.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely stupidest.
Mm-hmm. But I'm working on a plan. I think I almost have something.
You had 2 other people with you when you did this. Are Patty and Tov going with you, or?
At least one of them, probably. I'll probably have whoever I don't take prepping whatever area we're going to use, because we're going to have to wake her up, and it's not going to be pretty.
I think at the very least between the 2 of us, we can make sure there's enough blood that she doesn't kill everybody.
I mean, it is a medical field office, so I'm kind of hoping that they do have blood there. If not, I'm fairly decent at drawing blood.
I don't mean any offense by this, but every time you guys do missions with a full set, Arthur came back looking nearly dead, and I don't know that. Do you think you're equipped to do this on your own?
Yes and no, but we don't exactly have a lot more people. We can't really ask any of the people that I normally would work with, because they would hear that I'm trying to help a vampire and immediately tell me to fuck right off.
At best.
Yeah, at worst, they'd probably shoot me.
It doesn't sound great, I'm not going to lie.
It's really not great, but it's something I have to do. Because the thought of her in a dark room somewhere, unable to move or do anything for years, because I don't know what Allison is doing.
Best case scenario, she's been locked in the dark for past few years.
Yeah. And
So we have to get her out of there. Or at least try.
yeah.
And there's no way I could convince you not to, is there?
Not
I don't think
right
so.
now. Yeah. I've been set on this for a while. Just finding the right time.
And I've got a lot of things I should make up for. And I think this is a good start.
Well, feel free to use the house to plan if you need it, or the space. Most of the folk have started to move out to other compounds. So it's started to clear out. It should be mildly less populated.
Thank you.
Let me be clear, I would rather you not have a monster running around innocent people. But this is more
She's a
controllable
21-year-old.
matters.
She's a 21-year-old art student. She is 5'2" on a good day.
She is also still a monster.
I feel like the worst monster for what I did.
You were something. You were part of Arthur's world, and if this gets you out of that, then I feel it's at least a little right to help you honor that.
Thank you. It will.
And Katy Lynn just sort of pulls a cup down and just pours herself a glass of whiskey. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other conversations you all want to have?
If Iz and Piper are gonna talk about the plan, Katy Lynn's gonna listen.
Mhm.
But it would take some convincing for her to want to help them any more than that.
Okay. So we're gonna say that Tav and Patty both come back. Patty shows up, kind of immediately goes to Isobel. She gets another, probably even more dramatic greeting than what Tav gave her. Tav sputter around, but Patty is Patty's Patty. He's larger than life on most days. But eventually, the five of you settle down at the table. And Patty kind of looks over at Isobel. So what's the plan then?
Well, it's best to move at night, probably around the time they would do shift change. And the idea of getting Piper to loop any cameras and make sure we can get any doors open that we need to. We're probably all going to have to cover our faces just in case anybody sees us. I specifically should. the idea of it would be me, quite possibly Tav and Gozer. We can all go in on foot, and I will essentially we'll try to map out the best route to where I'm pretty sure that the body is. I don't know 100%. I'm operating on it should. And have someone running a car at a loading dock. We map the quickest route in, quickest route out. We stick to that. Try to be non-lethal if, we come up against people.
I'm going to step in here. There is no try.
Yeah. We will be non-lethal. I can make more, I can try to make more any kind of things that will just knock people out for a bit or
aim for...
Remind me.
Tav kind of coughs and rubs at the back of his neck. If you want non-lethal, I can't go.
Yeah.
Remind me what city this particular SI facility's in?
Diego?
I think it's San Diego, yeah.
San Diego.
Yeah.
Oh, convenient.
Yeah.
You said you don't know where the body is specifically.
I have a few ideas of where quite possibly Allison is keeping her, but I don't know for sure because I've never been allowed to see it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, if I could probably get a floor plan of the place, I would just need time and probably to be closer.
Okay, hypothetically, out of character.
Uh-huh.
Hypothetically, if one was to hypothetically say they were joining up and then moving to San Diego, would they hypothetically get a tour of the place?
So the biggest issue is that your offer of employment has come from the Society of St. Leopold. This is a government field office.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't have aware of any of the the society's places, but probably not the field office for First Light.
And I guess it's too much to hope that maybe somebody that works there is part of the cult.
Yeah.
No. They're not giving members of the cult security clearances. Sorry.
No, I guess that. That's why it wasn't part of my plan. But yeah, the idea of we stay non-lethal, because if we kill anybody, that is a government facility.
Yeah, Tav just sort of shakes his head. I can't be a part of it then.
That's understandable.
Yeah, I can only clear criminal records so quickly.
Yeah.
Well, is there something else I can do in the meantime? Patty's the better driver, so you should take him with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still recovering anyway.
Yeah, when we decide where we will we'll have to take her, kind of have you watching the safe house or wherever we end up deciding it to be, securing that.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah. And then I guess it'll be Gozer and me going in. Because I want somebody to run unless Piper, you think you can run the car as well?
So back to play.
Fair.
I can, but
yeah,
I'm not great at it.
If not, then it'll just be me and Gozer going in, which we can do if we have to. And
Patty kind of looks over at Katy Lynn. Are you going with us?
I don't know how much help I would be, and
Don't give me that bullshit. Seen you. We can give you non-lethal rounds. She's a fucking badass with a gun, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm deeply worried about listening to you talk about this plan. You do understand how crazy you all sound, right?
Yes.
Weirdly, not the most dangerous thing I did even before meeting this lot.
This is not the most illegal thing I've done.
It's one of the more illegal things I've done, but not the most dangerous.
I think it
You
might
do
be
realize
the
that
most
is not
illegal thing I've
helpful,
done.
right?
That's fair.
Listen,
Well,
boss. If you're thinking about going into the line of business that your husband was in, this is a good way to start. This is a good way to figure out if it's even for you. There's no strings attached after this is over.
I'm more concerned about making sure these two get out alive. And
Well, they're more
You can
likely to
hold
get
up-
out alive if you go with them.
sure, and you can hole up in the San Diego compound if you need to.
maybe the RV. We can.
Stay on the
don't-
move.
Yeah, we can be on the move. We can black out the windows. Or I can keep her in the lab. The lab is probably a pretty good idea because it's very
probably a better place.
secluded. Yeah, and the lab doesn't have windows.
Yeah,
And then everyone is done, right?
Yeah. Alright.
I'm done doing this unofficially.
Unofficially. There's an. Are you planning to sign up too?
Depending on how this goes, that's the plan.
Interesting. All right.
There's a lot of things that I can't do on my own that I think need to be done.
That's fair.
Arthur was planning the same, and it sounds like at least the people who work for the Society of St. Leopold and for the SI get to retire.
Yeah. There was I had an offer as well, but I think that offer will be rescinded when I do this.
If we get caught.
That's true if we get caught, but then I don't know if I really want to work with them and do this at the same time. So I
Fair.
think it's time that I don't know, I just become a real doctor or something.
You do realize that you are sort of suspect number one if they do look into who stole the body.
As far as I know, they
Considering
don't even know. The SI itself doesn't even know they have her. 'Cause if they did, she would be destroyed.
Yeah, if Allison reports this, then she's probably going to be in trouble for harboring a kindred body without the SI's knowledge. So it's a lot easier to run away from a small group of people than it is, the entire U.S. government.
That makes sense. It's not great, but that makes sense.
And Piper, you can get a car with, I don't know, fake plates, or just we can steal plates from some random car.
Yeah, I should be able to get that done, no problem.
Yeah, car that we don't have to worry about.
Yeah, worst case
Yeah,
scenario,
try the best.
try and call somebody up, see if I can, especially if it's in the California area. I'll see what I can do.
All right. It's a terrible plan. You know this, right?
Oh, 100%.
So far as our plans go, this is actually pretty good.
Yeah, this is probably one of the better. At least the big problem before is the group didn't plan.
I mean, realistically, I'd say this is probably on par with when we went after
Your dude.
Andrew.
Mhm.
I think that was a fairly good plan.
That was a fairly good plan. We only got.
I need both of you to
fire.
stop talking immediately.
Okay.
And I think Katie like pours 2 more glasses of whiskey.
Oh.
All right,
No one loves.
that's enough talking about work.
Okay.
We have a plan.
Work talk will go away.
Patty is going to pull out his phone and go and hunt through some saddlebags that he's got tucked against the wall. Pull out a little Bluetooth speaker and put on music. And he's going to pour drinks for everybody. Except Katy Lynn, who is already double fisting. And then he is going to hold up his cup. How many fucking madmen would take on something like this? So here's to being madmen, I guess.
Here's to.
2.
Sancha.
That a girl. And Patty effectively turns the rest of the evening into an impromptu wake. Tav participates. Eventually, other members of the MC are there. And it's just a laid-back, fun evening where you talk about stupid stories. Everybody kind of avoids the worst and most dangerous of the stories from hunting, but like people tell Katy Lynn about Arthur going into the grocery store to get something and thinking that
Cheerios?
yeah, thinking that ground beef was Cheerios.
Yeah.
And just all of the nutso stupid stories that make everybody laugh until they're crying. And for a minute, Katy Lynn, for just a minute, it's easy to forget that you're sad and angry. And you figure out, you maybe have a better insight into why these people were Arthur's friends, despite how different they all were. Isobel.
Yes.
It is late. Everybody has been up and drinking and eating too much food and telling dumb, funny Arthur stories and generally just letting themselves have some levity after all of the heaviness that's been going on. Anytime you even hint at talking about work, either Patty or Tav kisses you.
Yeah, I think she. I mean, I do think there's actually a point where she's like, "No, how many more can I get?"
I mean, at some point when Patty figures it out through the drunken haze, he tells you that you're just not going to get any more kisses if you don't stop.
She would stop. I think it's just the drunkenness would push her along a little bit.
People are starting to wander off to various spare rooms. They're leaving the house to go out to the little houses that the MC has afforded as security, things like that. And you feel cold. And the whole world starts to go gray at the corners of your vision. Not so much that all you see is gray, but the world starts to feel like it's losing its color. And as you are standing there and kind of trying to figure out if this is just a result of the booze or what, you kind of do a slow circle or a slow turn in place to look at the room to see like how widespread is what's happening. Is this like a weird side effect of the blood that I ingested? What the fuck's going on? And as you do so, you like spin and there's like a person kind of in your periphery for a second, and then you pause and you turn back. And Arthur is standing there looking half like he's praying this is gonna work. and half like he's fucking annoyed that he's still trying because and like he might have been at this for a while.
Just go. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, fuck ghosts.
What? Wait. Can you see me then?
Yes, I can.
Ugh.
Sometimes
This was harder than I thought.
Hi.
Hey.
Is this?
I
What?
mean, you guys moved around way too much. Okay, you just need to sit still for a little while.
Piper and I did actually quite a bit of sitting still for like a week.
Ghosts don't have cars.
That's fair.
I mean, first you're one place, then you're another place, and I gotta walk there. It's rough.
I mean, that's true. And I imagine everybody just sees Isobel talking to nothing.
Most people are not in the room with you right now.
Okay, that's fair.
People have begun to disperse, so it's just you.
Yeah. I sometimes forget I can do the whole medium thing now. Is this like unfinished business?
Yeah, I guess kinda. I'm just trying to be here. I'm just here to see what I can do. Maybe get a chance to say some things. I don't know how it's gonna work. I have no idea how any of this works.
Yeah. If there's any if there's anything I could do, and I think reflexively, like Isobel tries to like put her hand on like Arthur's arm or something.
Yeah, your hand passes right through. Arthur, you don't feel anything. Isobel, that felt fucking weird.
It's just like
So it's like plunging your hand into ice water.
Just kind of like shake it out a little bit.
Well, okay, that throws out idea number one, but that's fine.
What was idea number one?
Wow, that I try to help somehow, but I guess I'm just more of a whatever I am now.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, there are ways you might. We will figure that out later. You're here. I can see you. I can relay. Do you want anybody you want to talk to?
Yeah, just one person, really.
Well, yeah. No, I should not have drank so much.
Yeah, looks like you guys were drinking quite a bit when I came in.
Yeah, I have.
I just saw drinking and heard a bunch of comments about how Arthur's a dumbass. It's all fine.
Real Irish wake.
Oh.
Yeah. Do I see Katy Lynn? Do I know where Katy Lynn went?
Katy Lynn is in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go get her?
Yeah, I think Isobel will.
Okay.
It's like Arthur wants to talk to one person. It has to be her.
It had better be.
Yes.
Isobel turns. Katy Lynn, you are in the kitchen putting away leftovers. And probably nursing yet another cup of coffee in an effort to, be vaguely sober. When Isobel kind of stumbles into the room. Arthur, I'm just going to assume that you're following.
As best I can. Don't know how this whole walking
you can follow. It's
works.
fine.
Patty and Tav are probably upstairs. I don't know.
I will find them soon. So. Yeah, there's no way to see this. I can see ghosts.
Okay.
And I'm going to gesture vaguely at where Arthur is and go, and Arthur just showed up. I am 100% serious. I know I'm very drunk right now, but I am 100% serious. Arthur, please tell me something that only Katy Lynn would know.
Oh, I guess we're doing the whole Whoopi Goldberg ghost thing, huh? Okay.
Is there another way to do this, Arthur?
Guess not. I was kind of hoping other people could see me too, but here we are.
Just remember, blood curse.
I mean, what is there to say other than, I don't know, that
Isobel, if you're
she's
making
so
a
much
joke, it
smarter
isn't
than
funny.
me.
As I said, Arthur, please tell me something that only Katy Lynn would know so I can prove that it's you. So I'm
I
drunk,
can make you coffee.
but I'm 100% serious.
Just tell her that she's smarter than me and that'll work. Just say I said that.
He says to say that you're smarter than him. I feel like that is known information at this point, Arthur.
Yeah, but only I would admit it openly.
It's be like first date or something.
I'll pour you a cup of coffee and you can it's not funny. It really isn't. And I will actively start pouring Isobel a cup of coffee to sober her up.
It's just being like,
How about this? Tell her that I'm telling you about how the only reason I'm still alive and not cut into pieces by a loan shark is because she got involved and made a much better deal. Because, I mean,
yeah.
Just tell her. No one really knows that except for her and I.
So he says that the only reason he was not cut into pieces at one point by a loan shark was because of you.
I mean, the church doesn't even know about that. Really.
I've been able to see ghosts for about a year.
When we first started courting, what happened when you tried to surprise me with the Guess Who hands?
Look at Arthur.
Well, if I remember correctly, I ended up kind of hitting her in the face and then tripping over myself. And thought that would be the end of our dating forever.
Yeah, he tripped over himself and thought it would be the end of the whole thing.
I was so embarrassed. Yeah.
He's incredibly embarrassed. I don't.
Katy Lynn drops the cup, on the ground.
Yeah,
Your coffee shatters.
Who'd want to date a guy who just hit her in the face and then fell over on himself? Certainly not someone as clever and beautiful as her.
Isabel is relaying this as
I
in
assume
her-
so.
Yeah.
For the
Yeah.
sake of
But
these,
it's-
for the sake of
Sake
these, we're
of these,
not
I'm
going to
not
make
gonna
Isabel repeat every single thing. Assume that she's talking between the two of you.
He fell into a compost pile, in fact.
You really are close.
Yep.
Arthur.
How are you? How do we? Can I see him?
Can I make any kind of occult roll for this?
Sure. Give me wits and occult. This isn't something you've tried before, so we'll see if Isobel can make sense of it.
Three successes?
The answer is maybe. Maybe you could try to open up her senses. You do know that this is all tied back to you having a weird blood curse. So you don't know what it means if you try to open up her senses, if it's temporary, if it'll be permanent like yours is. If she'll carry a trace of the curse with her, you don't know. Basically you can try, but there is a level of risk to it because you don't know what happens if something goes wrong.
I would convey that. It's like I can try, but I don't know what would happen if I do.
Isabel, I would like to see my husband.
Okay.
All right. Isabel, make me a... Let's go resolve. No, just roll me your unspent willpower.
Okay.
And I will allow you to add desperation dice if you would like.
Yeah, let's do that.
That's 3 extra dice. This is a weird thing, you're augmenting somebody, so I'll allow it. I'll say that counts for an entrepreneurial.
Come on, dice, don't fuck. Ah, god damn it.
Would you like to overreach?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Because I want this to happen. Because it's willpower, I can't like reroll failures, can I?
No, you cannot, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Katy Lynn, you get... Isobel kind of focuses her attention on you, and it's the most intense fucking stare you've ever seen from somebody, especially somebody as drunk as you're pretty sure she is. She looks like she is giving herself a migraine. And after a moment, she kind of lifts her hands up and hovers her palms up near your temples, and closes her eyes. And you feel a wash of stabbing, bitter cold that starts at your temples, and it's like you've been plunged underwater, but starting at your head rather than your feet. Your head hurts. You are completely fucking sober all of a sudden. And when your eyes open, you can see Arthur. You can also see Isobel, but she doesn't look like Isobel. She looks like she has been... she looks like a piece of fruit that somebody has like squeezed all of the juice out of. She looks like a husk. Her hair is brittle. Her skin is sallow. She looks dead.
I think it worked. Whatever this is.
What worked? Isabel, what did you do?
Isabel, can you make me a wits and insight check, please?
Sure, what's an insight? Don't get any bonuses from that medium thing, do I?
Nope.
Okay.
This is a very easy roll, though. I really only need 1 success.
I got 4.
Okay. There is a moment when Katy Lynn says, I think it worked, where there is a note of horror on her face.
Yep.
You know that look. You've worn that look. You know what she's seeing.
Yep.
You did warn her there might be side effects.
Yep. I opened up her census.
So you cursed her. What? Oh.
Shh. Gotta
Well, I
give
guess-
you two some space.
I think we have some things to talk about, and
All right, Isobel leaves the room.
Yeah,
didn't want Isabel to have to.
Yeah. But you can see me now.
I think so. And I guess I can hear you.
That does make it a little less complicated. I don't really have that much time. I've kind of been on the run.
On what?
Being dead is pretty complicated. We learned this from Jillian. There's reapers and the like that come and get spirits like me who are not following the prescribed plan of what happens after you die. But, I mean, let's be real. If anyone was going to not follow the prescribed plan, it's going to be your husband.
And so I've learned. I had so many things I wanted to say, and I don't know where to start. I'm so mad at you.
Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I got. And I don't blame you. I promised you I would come home, and I didn't.
And you... I think, this is so stupid. Katy Lynn grabs another dish and just throws it at Arthur.
Just stands there
Goes
and watches
directly
it.
through him and shatters on the wall behind him.
I mean, I wasn't not thinking that would pass through me. I mostly felt like I deserved it.
Sort of hoped that would make me feel better, and it doesn't. She throws another one.
I mean, it seems like you're packing. The house seems a lot less full than it was. So, I mean, maybe this is just making it easier.
Yes,
And
I'm lightening the load, as it were.
I mean, I guess if I can help make it easier on you, then at least I could do that.
How? You are dead. You are dead and you do not have a body.
Yeah,
and
those 2 plates, you don't have to worry about them anymore.
You
Yeah.
promised, and we had plans, and every time you left before this, you came back worse, and I should have noticed that at some point you were just not going to come back, and now you're here and you are dead. And I have to pick up both the pieces from the cult and also, I don't know, just everything else. And you didn't even have the respect for me to maybe think of me before you fucking died.
Oh, I thought about you the whole time. I mean, that's also why I'm not following a prescribed plan, because I needed to see you one last time.
You did a really good job of making Rosanna feel comfortable after she killed you. I'm glad to know that your last breaths were about her.
I don't have anything I can say to you, Katy Lynn. Nothing I can say will make the situation any different. But sure, I did love Rosanna, but you were my soulmate. You were the person who kept me going. You were the person that I did everything for. You were the reason that I started hunting and the reason I kept going. You were the reason that I agreed to help Liam, your friend, even though I hated him.
We were tricked by Liam.
Yeah.
And I was told that it would be safer if he just left. And
Yeah.
I asked you, I wanted to be okay with it, but I asked you to stop, and we planned on you stopping. I don't want to be the reason that you left and came back. I wanted to be the reason that you stayed. I threw another dish at him.
Somewhere in the back of the house, Isobel is convincing Piper and Patty and Tov not to go looking to check on Katy.
What the fuck's going on out there?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. She's getting her emotions out.
Yeah. And I shouldn't have gone. But it was the one job that I needed to do so I could come back to you forever. And in the end, I did what I did so that the choice was Ren or Rosanna. One of them had to die. And I made a choice. And I realized that I wasn't going to come out of that. But if it was a choice between my friends who I care about or some person who is probably just going to hunt down and kill all of you, I made the choice.
And it didn't occur to you that if you had lived, you would have been able to protect the rest of us that way.
I didn't think I could. I don't know how much they told you, but just a few moments prior, I was losing to Ren.
I watched the video.
Oh, so you saw her basically taking me down and making me look like a fool. I couldn't protect
Wasn't
you.
your finest moment.
No. It was a lot like falling into the compost heap. But Liz.
Rosanna's wandering around now.
Mhm.
She didn't tell me. I found out through Thomas. And
Yeah.
since then, I have just spent the last week thinking about whether or not I should just drop everything and find her. I have this part of me that says that if she got to tear your heart out, I should get to tear out hers. Because it feels like that every fucking day. I can't live in the house that I built for us because it is in the wood and the foundations. The whole life that I wanted to build with you is gone. The cult is gone. It's all gone. And I'm just sort of living in its husk every day right now.
Well, I understand. I can't do anything for that. I wish I could. I can follow you as far as I can, and I can be near you on the other side as much as I can, but I don't know how long that will be.
Not long. Comes a voice from behind Katy Lynn.
Yeah. You were the best part of my life. You were the one who organized me, the clever one, the strongest one. And I know that you will survive and you will strive because I believe in you.
Listen, guys. Assuming that anybody looks behind Katy Lynn.
Arthur is, for sure. But he's
Arthur,
trying to ignore it.
You see Jillian standing there? She looks peaceful and understanding, but also has that vague tinge of urgency to her. There's never enough time to say goodbye, but you guys have the chance to actually do that. You should do it. Because if I don't take him, somebody crueler than me will. I cashed in a lot of fucking favors to be the one to try and come collect it.
At least there's that.
Katy Lynn, you did know Jillian, by the way. She was the speaker's personal security before the MC got introduced. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you all the time in the world, but I can't.
No, I know. I think the worst part of it is that I know that all of this is because you do love me. In your own dumb way.
I do. And I fought everything, all of them, just to come here and tell you that. I mean, you burn so bright. Brighter than I ever did. Brighter than anyone I've ever known. And I've loved you from every part of my being since the day I saw you.
I love you so much. in spite of everything you've done to try to get me to stop. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do without you.
Do what you do best. Run the world. Shake the pillars of heaven. And show everyone who you really are. The best of us all.
And involuntarily even, I think Caitlin goes to Arthur and tries to hold him.
You feel cold, but you can't actually touch him.
If I continue what you started in all of this, you know there's a chance I will try to find you again.
Yeah.
But I think for now, I think it'll be okay to say to try to move on.
Yeah. I promised you on our wedding day that our souls would be entwined eternally. So, no matter what choices you make, eventually, I believe that we'll find each other.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
Okay. Arthur, we gotta go. Or when she finds you, you're gonna be a coin or a brick. I've only got so many favors I can call in on your behalf.
I'm gonna go
before something happens.
So I don't become a coin.
Or a brick.
Or a
Could be
chair. Yeah. All right.
I'll do my best to look after him. You go find a reason to live, Katy. Don't let this dumbass drag you to where he's ended up.
Yeah, don't come here. If you try, I will push you out.
I don't think that you could stop me if I wanted to. But
that is correct.
I'm not going to try anytime soon.
Okay.
Good. Now that we're all in agreement, Arthur, we've got to go, or the guys with the guns are going to show up, and I am only one person.
All right.
What the fuck is... My God.
You'll find out later.
Get out.
Find my journal. I'm pretty sure I wrote about it there. But I gotta go.
And I'll start to follow Jillian.
Jillian gives Katy Lynn a little salute. And as Jillian and Arthur are turning to... It almost looks like they're about to walk out the door, but they're passing through it. Katy Lynn, you hear, she always was smarter than you. And stronger, for that matter. And then that's the last you see of them. Bye, Arthur. All right. We are going to jump forward because that took longer than I anticipated it would.
Sorry.
Beautiful scene, though. No, it's fine. Beautiful scene. It is the next day. Well, we'll say it's a couple days later. People have had time to sober up. The house is fully packed. Stuff is put into storage or sent with a moving company to California if that's what Katy Lynn wants. Whatever you want, Patty will make it happen. Tav has gone ahead to start securing a location to take Isabel's sister to. And you all are in the RV with Patty, headed to San Diego.
Yep.
Piper.
Yeah.
Were there some rolls you wanted to make along the way to see if you could even gain access to the location from a distance?
Piper's going to try and get as much information about the place. Security systems. She's going to see if she can track down like communication, see if she can find a time where they seem more frequent and try to avoid that time. See if she can get a full floor plan just in case anything has changed recently or anything like that. Something that might not be like openly known about even by Isobel.
Okay. Well, we're going to start with intelligence and technology. You can add your desperation dice if you would like.
Yes.
If you want to use that ability, you can. You've been sitting on it. This is the perfect time.
Yes. You just have to remember it's a number of successes that I've since forgotten. 2.
While that is being rolled, Katy Lynn. Getting into San Diego, and you've parked for the night. You're doing the last minute planning while Piper is trying to get access to the system. Patty pulls you aside and sets a soft like carrier case that you see like I'm sorry, not a soft one, a hard one that you've seen like the guys carry like their more prized guns in. And he sets it on the table in front of you in the RV and he opens it. Boy. Okay, Termite, I'll come back to you. Having seen that. He opens it. Inside is a shotgun. But there is also a handgun in whatever your preferred make is. The grip looks custom. And it takes you a minute, but you realize that the inlay is actually metal and not just like some foil or whatever that was applied to it. And it is the exact same color bronze that Arthur's bracer was.
This is beautiful.
Well, thought if you were going to be using something to keep yourself safe, he'd want to be a part of that.
I feel like I think more that if I'm gonna make stupid decisions, I might as well have the avatar of that with me.
Agreed. That's for sure. He was the avatar of stupid decisions, but he was also one of the heaviest hitters I've ever seen, so maybe he brings some of that energy to you.
I hope so.
Shotgun is also for you, but there's nothing special about it. I just thought you should have one.
Thank you. It is useful all the same.
There's a couple of boxes, non-lethal rounds for the mission, but there's also a clip for your gun specifically that's a little bit more lethal just in case things get rough.
Thank you. Truly. And Kaylin hugs Patty.
He hugs you back. You deserve it. especially if you're getting into this fucking line of work.
We'll see.
All right, we're going to transition back to Piper. Piper, you rolled 5 successes, but you also...
We're pulling the group on this one.
Okay.
Because the option is either Danger 5 or Piper doesn't know. And I'm not sure which is worse.
Ladies.
The Danger 5 is real.
I don't have a lot of context. It sounds bad, but
It is pretty bad. So Danger 5 is basically that I get to add more complications to the mission. But Piper succeeds in her role. That's what Overreach does. Despair means that she fails altogether, but the danger doesn't go up.
Also means I won't have access to Desperation for anything else I might be doing, though.
Correct.
Which could be important. Could also
Correct.
fuck us up.
The gremlin in me is like, fuck it, we ball. Let's take Danger 5.
It is the finale, so
Yeah.
it is.
Fuck it, we ball. Desperation
Fuck it.
5. Let's do
Fuck
this,
we
bitches.
ball.
Ball it, we
Danger
fuck.
5. Ball it, we fuck.
ball it, we fuck. The spirit
Yeah.
of Arthur.
I assume.
That was the wrong one. That's Desperation. That was not supposed to be Desperation. That was supposed to be Danger.
I assume
What's the worst that could happen?
7 successes is good.
7 successes is fucking nominal. All right.
All right. Listen, I can roll some dice if I need to.
Yeah. All right. With 7 successes, Piper, you have a pretty thorough floor plan. There are sections of this floor plan that are clearly made to seem like there is like nothing additional to them, but you are smart enough to know that these dimensions seem wrong if there's nothing there. Unfortunately, there's like 4 spots in the building like that. You're not entirely sure which one would be useful. Because this is a vampire, it's not like it is going to rot, so it's not like they have to worry about refrigeration or smell. So it's hard for you to narrow it down. However, because you got 7 successes, you are able to create 1 access card that will effectively allow them to bypass any security doors in the place for a limited window. They basically have 20 minutes to get in and do what they need to do and get out. During which time this card should work fine. But at the end of that 20 minutes, there is a natural security scan that is going to happen on the system. At which point, that account will, at the very least, be disabled, if not flagged and send up alarms. You're not entirely sure which, but it'll stop working. And if it stops working and it throws off a bunch of alarms, the whole place will go into lockdown. What else were you looking for?
She wants to see if she can get into the security system.
Yes, absolutely. That's easy.
Cool.
That was probably the easiest part of all of this, was to get into the security system. So you'll have to do some amount of looping stuff on the fly as they go, just because of the nature of how the system works. But if you are in the RV and nothing interrupts your internet connection, you should be fine.
All right. And the last thing was trying to get essentially trying to get an idea of traffic, digital traffic coming in and out, to see when the place is most busy, when it has the most people, when the most shit is going on, so we can avoid that.
Well, you guys are going to be going in overnight, so it's going to be reasonably quiet unless it looks like for the most part overnight stuff is security. The only other thing that you could think of that might bring people in overnight and cause a ruckus is one, somebody trying to break in. But the other option is if like an op goes sideways and people have to be rushed somewhere for medical attention in the greater San Diego area, this is probably where they will end up. Unless they have to go straight to a hospital.
Okay, that's good to know.
This is basically, if it is so severe that they have to go to a hospital, they'll go to a hospital. But if it's not, and there's time, like it's not so intensive that somebody's life is on the line, they will usually come here because it is less paperwork for them to get treated in their own office.
Yeah.
So looking at like the possible rooms, would you think can Isobel make some kind of roll to probably maybe put it down to two? Two possibilities. Like, is there one that's closer to Allison's office? Because that might be a better choice than one that's on the further side of the building.
So the issue with trying to utilize Allison as your like deciding vote on where something is that Allison is high enough ranking that she's basically got access to the whole place. There are some places that are physically closer to her office, but she's one of the like she's one of the people with the most like access to the whole to the whole building. That said, give me wits and insight. Let me see if you can roll well enough to narrow it down.
Yeah. Three successes.
That's pretty good. With 3 successes, I will say that you can narrow it down by 1 for sure. You know it's not in one place. Because you've been in that particular hidden room before. And it is used for storing specimens, but it has nowhere, like, it has nothing that she could hide a whole fucking body in. It's mostly shelves and like a table in the middle, and that's kind of it. There's another one that you are pretty sure it wouldn't be, but you can't be positive.
That will be the last one on the list.
Right. The other 2 are not rooms that you have ever been into. In fact, you're not even entirely sure that there is a door where one of them is, or would be. If there is, it's got to be hidden.
And I'll point out and Lynn mention all of these to the rest of the group, see if it kind of sparks ideas in anyone else. Just being like, this one not for sure. No, this one is very unlikely. These are the 2 most likely.
Well, if I was hiding a body in spite of the agency I worked for, I would put it in a place that didn't seem to have an accessible door.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. So this will be the first one we try. If not, hopefully be the other.
And then if it's not there, we can... Honestly, there's no shame in backing out and trying to figure it out another time.
Yeah, but this will probably be the easiest time to get this done. Since
Absolutely.
if you're in this time window, then you just get through most of the doors and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, ladies. I hate to be the one to kick the baby birds out of the nest, but at some point you're gonna have to try and fucking fly and not just talk about it.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Does everyone have a watch?
Piper is able to equip everybody with comms and watches that are synced.
If we only have 20 minutes, I just want to make sure we don't waste it.
All right. going to assume that people are going in armed, just in case.
Gozer's
Right.
always armed.
Well, yes. Just as a word of note about that, Gozer's an attack dog. He can't do non-lethal damage. So you have to keep an eye on him and call him off before he murders somebody.
I will.
Okay. Okay.
And I assume Piper is staying in the RV.
I assumed as much, unless you want to go in and risk it.
No, I'm good.
But in the RV is kind of where you need to be to do a lot of the looping stuff, so.
Should I?
And then we got Patty running the getaway car.
Yes.
Should I be empowering the artifact now?
Yes. We will
Okay.
go ahead and say that you're doing it now. We rolled it offline just so that we had it ready. Your artifact is officially empowered.
Glowing gun, hell yes.
And I still have 2 tear gas grenades left, so I will keep one for myself and I will give one to Katy Lynn.
Amazing.
Awesome.
I assume we have masks for these.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're in America. We can probably just buy a gas mask.
And yeah, I will
At
bring both.
Walmart.
I will bring both the non-lethal rounds and the lethal rounds, knowing that I will the nice rounds that Patty made, knowing that it probably will take time to switch, but it's worth having.
And I never used my rubber rounds that I made before either, so I have those.
Okay. That's effectively the non-lethal rounds that Katy Lynn was given was rubber rounds. Katy Lynn, if you also take the shotgun, you have effectively like beanbag rounds.
I will take both.
They hurt like a bitch and they can break bone, but they are less lethal than normal rounds.
Wonderful.
Okay.
And we just won't have to use them because nothing can go wrong.
Your mic.
Your sound went weird.
Weird.
Did your microphone turn off?
Nope, it's on.
Oh,
You're good
now
now.
it's back. That's
went-
weird.
it went weird for a
swapped
second.
it swapped to another microphone for a second. That was
Yeah,
odd.
it got really tinny for a second. You're good now, though.
You're good. Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, cool. We will assume that was just Discord being Discord. Okay. I'm assuming Katy Lynn, Gozer, and Isobel are going in. Patty is going to make himself available effectively, but he's a man. He's keeping the RV moving, but close enough that he can zoom in if somebody calls for help.
Okay.
Piper, are you sending up drones on Overwatch?
Yep, we're gonna set the one that's not giant and has a gun on it.
Yeah, the baby drone.
Yes,
Mhm.
the one designed for this.
Cool. Make whatever roll you need to make for that. If there isn't a specific roll to activate it, then I'm gonna need.
Yeah, I can just do the roll for it, like its skill,
Yeah, that's good.
which is 7.
While that is happening, Katy Lynn, Isobel, and Gozer all need to give me Dex plus Stealth rolls, please. 5?
5.
Cool.
Just for my own notes, it hasn't been a month, right, since everything.
No, you are like at the tail end of it, but it has not been a month.
Yeah, it's been like 3 weeks.
Cool. I still have my fun little the last second trick if I need it.
Yeah, that can't
It'll
possibly
be
cause any more problems.
It'll be interesting to see how that gets used, if it gets used.
I'm gonna spend a willpower because I don't want things to go tits up off the bat. Alright,
Clara,
that's-
if you would like to spend a willpower to re-roll some of those failures, you can hit the button that says re-roll failures and then mark off one of your mark off one of your willpower after you hit the re-roll failures button. Okay.
Slightly better.
3 and 5. Make sure you mark off your willpower.
Will do.
All right. Piper,
Yo.
I need wits and technology I'm just going to have you make those occasionally because it's like basically upkeep rolls.
Yeah, and this is for
looping cameras and following them throughout the building and watching their progress, stuff like that.
Yeah, would my specialty in surveillance systems apply?
100%.
All right. Yeah, I'll roll just 8.
Yeah, you're good. That's awesome. So effectively, what ends up happening is you begin to slave the cameras as they get close to them, so you can see the camera feed, but anybody watching, thinking that they're watching the camera feed, is just getting looped back footage that you've provided.
All right.
All right. Where is Gozer's roll?
Oh shit. And for this, trying to look at I just rolled a standard die pool for physical.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't believe wolves get anything special for stealth, so.
For if something is an exceptional die pool, is that added to or does it replace?
I think it's
what
added.
do you mean?
I think it's
Okay,
added.
because he has stealth 5.
Oh, then yeah, no, that gets gets added to, yeah.
Oh, Gozer's about to have 11 dice to do stealth.
Yep.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just lower,
Yeah.
which doesn't make sense.
8 successes with a critical.
Excellent. Well, Katy Lynn
Best
is
boy.
not the sneakiest person. She's pretty quiet, but not the sneakiest person, but it's fine because Gozer is like a ghost. And Isabel's pretty light on her feet too. So what ends up happening is that Katy Lynn, you're kind of in the front, which works out a little bit because between Piper dealing with cameras and Isobel and Gozer kind of sneaking along kind of behind / beside you, they're pretty good at stopping you before you accidentally step on something that would make too much noise, or Isobel knows the building, so she knows exactly where the floorboards that creak are, so she kind of nudges you to one side or the other, that sort of thing. It works out pretty well between the three of you. You look over at one point just to check to see where people are. You don't know where Gozer is. You don't see him. That's unsettling. A whole ass wolf has just gone missing, but now's not the time to think about it. The key card Isobel swipes at the first door. And it pauses for a minute, and there's that little mechanical hum that you're used to hearing, Isobel. And then you hear boop, and the door pops open. And you're inside. The building, by and large, is pretty quiet. At least to start out with, you don't see anybody. You're in a hallway. There is a hallway extending off to the right. And from your experience of being in the building that up about 10 to 15 feet on the left-hand side is another hallway. The place is a little bit of a maze because it's an older building that's been modified multiple times. But that's where you are. You kind of look up, you see one of the cameras kind of turn to look at you, give it a little wave. Because it's Piper, just keeping an eye on things. I need wits and awareness from all three who are inside.
Wow,
So Gozer's die pool. You do not have a ton of dice in that particular die pool, no.
I know.
Gozer's die pool is only 4, so you still rolled pretty good, considering you've only got 4 dice.
Okay.
That's pretty good. That's not bad.
Okay.
All
Isobel
right.
got 4 successes.
All right. Okay. Katy, Lynn, and Gozer are both caught up in the moment of trying to adjust to the fact that the building is dark around them. Everything kind of smells a little weird because you're in one of those places that has medical labs and whatever. So it's that like anesthetized, but also not anesthetized. That's wrong. Anesthetized is when they make you numb. When they get rid of all the germs. Antiseptic. Yes, thank you. Words are hard.
I know.
Well, it smells kind of sterile.
That kind of sterile antiseptic smell combined with it just being an older building, so it's got that natural kind of must to it. It's a little disconcerting. Isobel, you guys are standing in the hall, kind of letting your eyes adjust, and you hear footsteps coming from not terribly far away.
Is there like a anywhere here that we can duck in to just sort of try to?
I mean, you could duck into one of the two hallways that I told you about. Those are the most immediate options.
Remind me, which one is closer to the first?
The right. The one on the right is the closest to you. Left is further away. The footsteps are coming from like up ahead.
I will sort of go down the right hallway because it's the closest to one of the first secret rooms, right?
Okay. You make your way down this hall. Katy, Lynn, and Gozer kind of hurry after you. Isobel, I would like you to roll me intelligence and let's do intelligence and awareness. I'm trying to think of like what a good like raw memory roll would be. Like how well do you picture the layout of this building?
Intelligence and resolve.
They pull for me.
Well,
3.
So this is to see if you know kind of where you are versus where one of the first places you need to check is. So this is do you want to use a willpower or do you want to bank on 3?
I'm going to use a willpower.
Okay.
8 successes with a critical.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Isobel pauses for a moment and goes, I know.
Not only do you know exactly where you are, but you realize that you are very close to the location that seemed like there was probably something there, but didn't necessarily have an obvious doorway or opening to your memory. Effectively, what you will have to do is you are going to have to cross through several labs that have multiple entrances. And go down like 2 different corridors. You've got a fair bit of distance to cover to get there, but you can do it moving through very particular rooms and taking a very specific path that you are hoping will not run you directly into any security.
Okay. Yeah. Now I start directing people that way as quietly as I can.
Piper.
Yeah.
What's in technology with security systems, please?
All right. Fuck. That's only 3.
Awesome. Okay. You are having a hard time tracking them on the cameras because they're moving very quickly and they're going through a bunch of rooms at a path that you did not anticipate. However, while you are following along with them, you realize that the normal number of security guards is not how many there seem to be tonight. it looks like there's about 3 times more than there usually is at this hour. They're very active. There is also a young man, young-ish man, probably early 30s, in a lab coat who has just walked in the front door and is hurrying to the opposite side of the building from where you are. Welcome to Danger 5, my dudes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Piper's gonna relay this information.
Do you take the time to describe the man?
Yes.
Isobel, it takes a minute, but as Piper describes him and gives you the name that pops up on her feeds, based on the card that he swipes at the front, he is one of the doctors who works on Allison's team. Doctor/researcher. He'd only be here at this hour if something either has gone wrong or they are prepared for something on a mission to go wrong. Or for him to have to be here to like receive a specimen or something like that.
Okay. And I will relay that quietly and say maybe we can find a way to use this.
I'm going to need another Dex plus stealth roll from those inside.
Oh, come on. The more you make me roll, the more likely I'm going to fail.
I mean, also the more likely you'll actually succeed.
Yeah, if you just don't roll, then you automatically fail.
That's
Correct.
true. You miss 100% of the rolls you don't take.
Pretty much. It's not bad.
3.
You're fine.
Gozer got 7 and Isobel got 4.
Gozer is the knight.
Best boy.
Isobel and Katy Lynn, you are fine for the moment. Everything seems to be going reasonably well. Isobel, this is a little bit like playing the most dangerous game of hide and go seek you've ever imagined, because you are effectively weaving through dark labs because you can't turn on lights because there's extra security wandering the building. There are multiple times where you guys have to duck down behind a piece of furniture to not be seen as a security detail walks by one of the doors in a lab that you're of a lab that you're in. However, sorry about the boop, guys. I had to close chat. Y'all were making me laugh. You guys manage to get through. Effectively, what ends up happening is you'll like get into a lab and you'll stay low and you'll kind of hurry to the other door. Isobel will kind of pop her head up and look out the window to see if anybody's coming. Piper will go, "No, you're good," or hold that position. And as soon as they like pass far enough away, Isobel will ease the door open and everybody will sneak back out into the hallway. You'll dart across the hallway into another lab. It is nerve-wracking. Also kind of thrilling. Katy, this is terrifying and exciting all at the same time. You just wish your face wasn't so sweaty because you're wearing the fucking masks and they're really uncomfortable. All right. I need you guys arrive at the end of a hallway that is very dark in an area of the building, Isobel, that you're not sure you've ever really seen that many people come down here. This is just not a place that at least when you're here, many people go. It's got like an old conference room and maybe one of the like less used labs, and a bunch of storage closets. But this is the area where if there is something hidden, that weird hidden space that, as far as you know, doesn't have an entrance, this is the closest you can get without actually knowing exactly how to get into it. So, I am going to need a wits and investigation roll. Anybody can make this. Anybody who has at least 1 dot in investigation can add dice to it.
Here I was hoping that Gozer had investigation.
Gozer does not have investigation. He does have awareness, but he does not have investigation.
Is there a penalty if I fail this?
No, you just don't find the entrance.
Okay. I can roll 3 dice.
Intelligence investigation?
Hold on. So you both have investigation, yeah?
Yes. I have a pretty decent pool.
I do not.
My suggestion is that you let Isobel be the one to roll it, and you just give her an extra die.
Yes, I will do that.
Yes.
It was just clarifying. It was intelligence investigation.
It was wits and investigation.
Wits investigation. Yeah. Still pretty good pool. That'll make it equal to intelligence investigation. So 7 dice.
Okay.
Nice.
No way I can use desperation or anything on this, can I?
You're not augmenting yourself in any way, are you?
No, not really.
No.
Could have been underground.
Shoulda.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Dog vampire blood now?
No.
3, and I will spend the willpower. That is 5 successes.
Oh, you barely made the DC. Okay. Isobel, you spend a solid 30 seconds desperately searching the walls with your eyes, looking for anything to tip you off. And then you realize that one of the reasons why people don't come down here very often is because the backmost wall of this hallway has only one thing in the wall, and that is a trash chute doorway, like a little flap for a trash chute. And it doesn't smell great. Like, it doesn't smell awful, but it definitely smells a little ripe.
Yeah.
And you make your way over and you push in this, like the metal flap. And there's a weird little, like, click when you do. And so you take your hand off and it clicks again as it closes. And you test it a couple of times. There's definitely something that it is catching on.
Yeah.
And so you have this moment where you make a face because you know you're going to have to do something that's going to be unpleasant. And you push the door open and you kind of reach, like, in and, like, up and behind it. And you find a little lever on the top behind the door. It's the most awkward, uncomfortable position. You're sure that your arm, like the shirt that you were wearing, is never going to smell right ever again.
We're burning it.
And you grab this little lever and you turn it. And when you do, you hear a number of mechanical clicks and whirs. And as you pull back, an entire panel of the wall off to the side of the trash chute has, like, popped open. It's like almost like a pneumatic hiss.
Right. Sort of pull, push, anything I need to do on that end to get it to move?
It is a pull. It is already kind of popped open just a hair. However, I'm going to tell you this before I have you fully open it, because you're going to have to make a choice. When it pops open, there is a sliver of light on the other side. Opening this door runs the risk that somebody at the opposite end of the hallway, if they're passing by at the right time, or the wrong time in your case, might see it, because you are mostly in shadow right now. But if you open this door, that light's going to spill into this dark space. So you can either move quietly and hope that nobody sees you, bank on somebody not going by at the wrong moment, or you can move quickly and minimize that chance, but you're probably going to be louder.
I think we're going to go quickly and minimize the chance.
Okay. I'm going to tell you that you probably want Katy Lynn to make this particular roll, because this is going to be a strength and athletics roll. And technically speaking, she's supposed to be fighting something, but I will count wrestling with a really heavy fucking door as a form of fighting so that she can use her desperation dice.
Can I assist to give her an extra die?
Do you have a dot in athletics?
I have 2 dots in athletics.
Then yes, you can absolutely help her with an extra die.
And if I add my desperation...
Desperation is at 3. Oh, sorry, Discord did a Discord. We get it. Oh, so that is strength plus athletics plus 3 plus an additional 1. So strength plus athletics plus 4.
So the
make sure you
full
do
pool is just 9, correct?
Make sure
yes,
you do.
but make sure that you actually that your desperation dice are desperation dice.
Okay, so it's actually a pool of 6 and then
a pool of, and then desperation is 3.
3.
Well done.
7.
7 successes. You didn't overreach. That's amazing.
Should to screenshot that and send it to Aaron.
We will absolutely send that as evidence over to the folks at QCG. So, Katy Lynn reaches over, grabs the door, and in a moment that you would not expect from someone who is effectively a housewife, wrenches the door open wide enough for you and Gozer to slip through, and then like kind of pirouettes on her foot, and then pulls it closed behind her as she goes.
I do a lot of gardening.
The whole thing takes seconds. Piper.
Yeah.
I need another wits plus technology.
Can I use my desperation on this?
Yes. Fair warning, if you fuck this up, it's going to be bad. Like really, really bad.
Okay. Well, I don't like the sound of that.
Listen, you asked if you could use desperation dice. I will allow you to use your desperation dice. I'm just going to tell you that this could very quickly become like a jailbreak, like loud as fuck, just run from the cop scenario if this goes poorly, and because you botched on desperation.
Yeah, my luck with desperation dice is not good. 9.
You're fine. 9 successes is more than enough. Yes, a 9 with a crit. You see what they do. Like, there's no time for you to plan or think. They just move, and you have a split second to try to cover their asses, because you see a security detail at the opposite end of the hallway from where they are, right when they wrench that door open and the light fills the room, or fills the hallway, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you just react. You don't really have time to think about it at all. You, on instinct, effectively send a shot of electricity. You effectively amp up the electricity in the whole ass building for just a second. All of the lights turn on, all of the doors pop open, and then everything shuts off and goes dark. The problem is that now Katy, Lynn, and Isobel are in this room with no power, and they're behind a mechanical door. So that's a problem they're gonna have to figure out.
We at least have flashlights.
But in so doing, you have prevented the security detail from noticing them because everything turned on when they opened that door. Okay?
And hey, the rest of the doors are unlocked.
Well, that's great.
I mean, only for a minute. Everything's about to reset. So
It's fair.
Well, we have the key card. How long does it take for things to reset?
Isobel would know because she's been here during a storm before where the power got knocked out. There is backup power. There's generators, but it takes a few minutes for them to come online.
Okay. Is this the room with the body?
Maybe.
Yeah.
We hope so.
As Piper does this, there's very much like through the comms, shit. Good luck. As everything goes up, as she searches everything, and then shuts down.
Do we still have contact with Piper?
You still have contact with Piper because that's all like just free air.
Less shit.
But yeah,
less,
you
less
guys
more
are standing there in this bright sterile room. You're blinking rapidly, trying to get your eyes to adjust, and that's when you hear shit. Good luck, and then everything goes dark.
Fuck.
You said stairwell?
No, sterile room.
Oh, sterile room. I thought you heard stairwell, and I just went, there's more.
We have flashlights.
Yeah,
I assume we have
cell phones.
flashlights. Can we look that way?
flashlights. We would definitely
You
have
have your
flashlights.
phones. Nobody said that you were bringing like things like flashlights and whatnot, but you would have your phones. So your phones have built-in flashlights.
Yeah, a flashlight. I guess I'll use the flashlight on my phone.
Yeah, same.
Okay. You are standing in what looks to be a very small, incredibly clean, but somewhat cramped laboratory. There is a stainless steel surgical table in the middle. Looks like a table from a morgue almost. In the middle of the room, there are everything from there's everything from a couple of refrigerated units that look like they are holding blood vials and samples of Katy, Lynn, you God only knows what. And there are heavy there are heavy metal like the doors in a morgue, where they push the body in on a tray. There are a number of those doors. Every single one of them is locked behind a keypad.
Fuck.
Do any of them have any kind of markings on them?
Yes, they all have markings. Unfortunately, the markings don't really mean a whole lot to you right now. Because they're all marked like specimen such and such and such. And it's just a series of letters and numbers. Maybe if you spend some time, you might be able to like puzzle out if there's a special meaning to some of them.
Does the keypad have any wear and tear on specific numbers?
That is a good question. Make me intelligence plus let's go intelligence plus craft for Katy, Lynn.
Okay.
While Katy Lynn is doing that, can Isobel try to go through anything she remembers for Allison? Just any numbers or anything?
Are you trying to puzzle out the specimen numbers? Is that what you're doing?
Or more of like, if Katy a bunch of like numbers or letters or something, I can go, oh, it should be this because it's Nessa's birthday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me intelligence plus. What did we do earlier for raw memory?
Resolve?
Resolve.
No. Well, yeah, we could do intelligence plus resolve. That's fine. It was the same number as what I asked you for, so.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that you could help me, Isobel, or is it?
Can I do both?
No, you have to do one or the other. This is a
I'll
time
just roll the
thing.
5.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
would you like to spend a willpower?
Yeah, I'll spend a willpower. 4 successes.
That's pretty good.
I am burning through willpower.
Same. I have 4 successes on my hand.
Okay. Katy Lynn, there are 2 that are more worn than the others. Isobel.
Mhm.
The thing that pops into your head specifically, Allison has been in government service for a long time. Allison has been extensively trained on security protocols. One of the first things you learn in security protocols for things like this is you do not use familiar numbers. Not that somebody else would know easily. However, you are pretty sure that if she were going to use a date of some sort, it would be a date that nobody else but like you and her know. And that would be the date that Nessa was embraced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or the date that you caught her. One of the two.
I can
think she would
offer you
lean.
2 of the numbers that look the most worn if that helps you figure it out better.
Yeah.
Isobel, give me int and academics.
Would my research specialty help with this?
Yeah, we'll say so.
That is another 4 successes.
You are reasonably sure, you're not 100%, but you are reasonably sure that it would be the day that Nessa went missing / was embraced.
Mhm.
And that it would be the first of the 2 that Katy Lynn pointed out because the numbers aren't quite right on the other one.
Yeah. Well, then, we're gonna go, and we're gonna try it on that one.
Okay. Aubrey, would
Yes.
you like to make the raw D10 roll, or would you like somebody else to do it?
Sure, I can.
Okay. Roll me a single D10.
It's a 10.
Awesome. That was a 10. That's... Damn. All right. The dice want to tell a story. You type in the number. And this is what the D10 was for. The D10 was for whether or not the power was going to come on in time for that to actually do anything.
Ah, fuck. I forgot about that.
Nobody thought about it.
You start typing just as you all hear a rumble and the lights flicker on around you. And that's when Isobel starts punching in numbers on the keypad. And there's a little buzz and a hum, just like there was at the door on your way in. It lasts for a long time. And you're both like staring at it like, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck?
Mhm.
Pause. Sorry.
What the
Discord.
fuck? What the fuck?
It is Discord's. It is not Discord's night, guys.
No, it is not.
Discord does not like book.
My camera apparently hates.
Welcome back.
There we go. Okay. You guys stare at it, and there's a moment of, what the fuck is going on? Why won't it open? And then there's finally a little buzz and a boop and a little green light, and you hear the door unlatch from the inside.
I pull it open.
Okay. I am going to need a resolve and composure roll from both of you.
Why?
Reasons.
Okay.
Not lose your hit.
5 successes.
Isabel is in the fucking zone.
More successes.
It's actually not bad. Okay. Isabel pulls the door open, reaches in, grabs the end of the tray, and pulls hard on it. And it slides out. And Katy Lynn, the way that you saw Isabel the night before, you really didn't think it could get much more horrific to see somebody look like desiccated and dried out and gross. And then you're confronted with an actual physical body that looks like that.
A dead body.
Except that there is a stake in the middle of its heart.
Yay!
From what you can tell from looking at this young woman has blonde hair. It is kind of stringy and doesn't look terribly well kempt. She is wearing clothes that are several years out of date. But is dressed in a way that is frankly fairly typical of somebody in like college. Isabel, you know exactly who this is. Your role was mostly to see if you could keep your cool when you finally saw her. She looked bad the night that you helped bring her in because there was a lot of blood. Her clothes have been changed. How exactly they managed, you're assuming that they had to cut off the shirt that she had on, because the shirt that she's wearing now is a button-up. But Allison has apparently changed her clothes at some point. Her skin is gray. She looks like there is nothing left to her. Her eyes are closed.
Yeah, I didn't.
Gozer
Isabel.
gives the quietest growl.
Fuck. And Isabel is not even thinking at this point. She is going to reach and pull her up into her arms and hold her just against herself as she just gets ready to move because she knows they don't have much time left.
Before you move the body with the stake in it, can we maybe secure the stake in the body? I don't know, wrap some gauze around it.
Hold on. Katy Lynn, make me a Dex and Athletics roll.
Damn it.
I want to see if you could stop her before she does it, because she did say that she was not thinking, she was just immediately moving. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to try to stop her.
What's my roll? Okay. It's not terrible.
It's not terrible. Dex-based stuff you're pretty good at. Yeah.
5 successes.
Okay. Isabel, you reach for your friend to gather this girl that was like a sister to you up into your arms, and Katy Lynn's hands like clamp down on your biceps and pull you back.
lot of time.
We are securing the stake so that we can get her out without trouble. You know what happened last time.
Yeah. Is there anything in here I can secure with?
Yes, I'm not even going to make you roll for that. It's a medical lab. There's all kinds of stuff. There's tourniquets. There's not a whole lot of gauze because it's not really a lab for healing people. But there's like tourniquets and things like that. You could honestly probably pull her, because she's so desiccated, probably pull her shirt up and over the end of the stake and like button that, and that would help press it into her. You don't know if she'll feel it, but probably better that she be uncomfortable for the ride than you guys be dead.
She can give us notes later.
Yeah. And then, yes, it is pulled up into, because it initially was going to do Gurney, but if there are so many people around here, Gurney, it seems like it's only going to slow us down.
Is there other body bags in here?
Roll me a single d10. You're the one who asked, so I'm going to make you roll it.
I know. Nine.
Pretty good. Yes, there are a couple of body bags. They are folded up in one of the cabinets.
Awesome. Pop her and zip it up. That way, at least if the stake does come out, we'll have a second. And also,
her and us.
Yeah, and also it's just a little easier to
over the shoulder. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You guys are running low on time. So I want both of you to roll me Dex and Athletics. Isobel, I will allow you to roll one extra die because you are a medical professional and have had to move heavy bodies that cannot move themselves before. You have some experience.
While we're doing this, can I see if Piper can... If we know the way we're leaving, is there a way that Piper can set off like doors or something in the opposite direction to just cause chaos somewhere else?
You are welcome to ask Piper to do that.
Yeah, can I just try and like make it seem like with the power surge, like the security system has gone a little haywire.
You are certainly welcome to try.
I'm gonna try.
All right. Intelligence plus technology, security system specialty, and if you would like, you can use desperation dice.
Oh.
I am burning through willpower.
What could possibly go wrong?
I mean, I have 9 dice for this, so
you do.
I think I'm good without the extra 3.
I mean, you'd be at 12 dice instead of just 9.
Okay, well, I only got 4 successes. Isn't great.
How's your willpower looking?
I already spent it.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yep.
Okay.
I got 2 successes.
All right. Well, some things will happen. We'll see how it goes. Piper gives the confirmation that she is going to do what she can to try and create as much havoc as possible. Unfortunately, with the system resetting, she's not entirely sure just how much access she has. All right. Did you both make your Dex Athletics?
Cool. And I willpower.
I need to willpower reroll it, but yes.
You rolled 4, right?
Yes.
Okay. 4 and 2. All right, cool. It takes you longer than you would like, but you do manage to get the body into the body bag. You're mostly moving a little bit more carefully than you would normally like to. You've had to sacrifice some speed in order to be careful to not knock out the stake. All right. Everybody ready?
No?
No. But yes.
Okay. Who is going to carry the body, or are you going to attempt to both carry it?
I think Isobel will carry it and kind of let Katy Lynn take point because she is if it comes to it, the better marksman.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
Okay, Isobel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need a series. You're not going to roll them all right now, but over time, I'm going to ask you for stamina and athletics rolls.
Okay.
To carry a bunch of dead weight, even if it's desiccated, it's still weight.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to ask for rolls from all three of you. Piper, your DCs are going to be higher because you didn't do great on that last roll of yours.
Yep.
I love the look on Katy Lynn's face. She's rethinking all of her life choices right now.
So stressed.
Katy Lynn is like, I'm going to fucking prison. It's going to happen.
Prison is the best outcome from this.
Yeah, prison
If we
is
get caught.
a light sentence right now.
All right. Katy Lynn, I am going to need... let's go with Dex plus Stealth.
Okay.
Actually, no. Let's go with Dex plus Leadership, and I'm going to give you the +1 from your team dynamics.
Hell yes.
Katy Lynn is a natural-born leader, so she's going to kind of take point and start giving orders.
Awesome.
Gozer, I'm going to need... what just happened?
Clara roll.
2 successes. Is that enough? Should I try that again?
Would you like to willpower?
I'm burning through willpower.
You are, but you're also on your way out the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna burn that willpower and try to reroll that. Jesus. 4 successes.
Four is far better than 2. Okay.
About twice as good.
Gozer, we're gonna have Gozer do your stealth roll. Aubrey or Isobel, sorry. Isobel, I'm gonna need stamina plus athletics from you and stealth for Gozer. Piper. Wits plus technology. With your specialty, you can use desperation if you would like.
Yeah, I'm going to this time. Pray to every god that exists. 12?
Holy shit!
It heard me.
Worked.
They did hear you. Holy fuck.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
All right. So
All the SI belongs to you, Piper.
Katy Lynn rolled a 4 on her leadership. Isobel rolled Gozer rolled a 5 on stealth. Isobel rolled a 2 on stamina and athletics. And
A Fortnite's pull, that's
and
50%.
Piper rolled 12 critical to deal with the cameras and security systems and to just generally wreak havoc. Piper, you so far and away past the like 6 DC that I set for a success in the face of that not great roll before, that you're just done with this part of the challenge. You're
All
fine.
right.
As you guys start going through the building, what you hear coming from the distance, you hear shouts and confusion and alarms going off and on. You can see down distant hallways, lights are going off and on. You hear intercoms giving feedback. Like, it is a wreck. You don't know exactly what's going on, but if the whole building had suddenly become haunted, you would not be surprised because it is that kind of crazy. And occasionally you just hear Piper snickering over your earpieces.
At one point, Piper's like, security system's gone on the fritz. Must have been that power surge. I don't know what's going on.
Must have been.
Gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's go.
Let's go. All right. I am going to need another stamina plus athletics from Isobel. Katy Lynn, I need a dex plus athletics from you. Or dex plus stealth from you.
Oh man.
Gozer, I'm not gonna make
It's
a
the
roll.
same.
Gozer's die pool for fucking stealth is stupid.
So, and I'm trying to find a way to use desperation for this. It essentially is using my improvised gear. Try to find a way to like harness this body bag to me.
I'm almost out of willpower.
Same.
You know what? If you are willing to sacrifice 20 seconds in one of the labs, I will allow you to stop long enough to adjust the body bag and grab some random shit to MacGyver straps.
Baby Bjorn it. Let's go.
I have speed crafting.
Baby Bjorn
Let's
it.
go.
Just baby Bjorn that body tea.
We are baby Bjorning the corpse out of the building. This is amazing. This
Isabel
is
is
the
just
most
like
typical Wayfarer thing to ever Wayfarer.
God.
All right.
Yeah, no, Isabel is going to take those 20 seconds. Like it eats to a point where it's like,
Yeah.
she needs that. Needs
All right,
that extra
so give
mobility.
me stamina plus athletics with your desperation dice.
Okay. So we're at 3 desperation, right?
Please, God, don't fail. Yes.
Mhm. Mm.
Can I help? Is there something I could do to help?
For reference, people, she rolled 2 successes, but she's also rolled a 1 on one of those desperation dice.
Hmm.
What's your despair need you to do?
It's more of a she automatically fails this, which is a problem.
Mhm.
Oh, don't do that. We need that not to fail.
Yeah, but if she
also,
overreaches, danger
danger
goes up.
Oh, I have horrible ideas.
I feel
The worst
like
that can happen, we unleash a vampire on them.
no, do not fucking say that. I do think overreach is the right option if you're going to re-roll those failures.
That's my last willpower if I do.
We're so
Otherwise, eat the failure and go into despair.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
If you choose overreach,
Okay.
I won't up the danger, but there's going to be a different consequence to come later.
That vampire is going to get unstaked while we're holding her.
Yeah, I think it's we will overreach.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for taking the devil's bargain.
It's finale.
I mean, I think it is the right choice.
Now, please, are you going to spend your last willpower to re-roll some of those failures?
I think I might as well.
Then do it.
How close are we to leaving the room?
Oh,
4
you're out of the
successes.
room. You're trying to get you make your way out of the building right now. 4 successes.
Yeah, how close are we to
Okay.
that?
All right, cool. Cool. Isobel.
Yeah.
You have stopped to MacGyver straps. You have managed that. However, the problem with the straps is that while it straps this body to your back, you're fucking tired. You do not go to the gym regularly enough for this shit. And you are desperately looking for options. You are worried that you are not going to make it out of the room. And you tuck your hands into your pockets just out of habit, like you're looking for an answer. And there is a familiar object in your pocket.
Yeah. It's
It was not there earlier, which means that somebody put it there.
Patty, Tartov. This final vial of blood.
The last one did make you stronger.
It did, and at this point, Isobel is desperate.
Man.
She is not even going to give herself an option to think about this, and is going to just pull the cap off and just down it as fast as she can.
Katy, you see that? You're not entirely sure what just happened, but you're pretty sure it was bad.
I assume
Isobel, what's in your
Piper
mouth?
also sees this.
Roll me a d10.
All right.
See if they're in a place that is easily noticed by cameras, because they're technically in a lab right now.
I mean, I think it's
Isobel,
literally
what's
just
in your
like
mouth?
Fuck no, that's a
No.
1.
Piper doesn't see shit.
Hyper's doing other things.
So you down this vial of blood.
Mhm.
You feel a sense of rejuvenation flood your limbs. It's not like you're Superman, but you're not tired anymore.
We'll deal with the consequences later.
Okay. Haul the body up onto your back with these makeshift straps, and we're all going to head off again. Piper, I'm not going to require a roll from you again because you rolled fucking 12. Katy Lynn. Let's go with composure plus leadership with your team dynamic specialty.
Probably my
Isobel?
best set.
Yep. Isobel, stamina plus athletics plus 2.
All right. That is 3.
Or
Okay. Thankfully, you have 12 fucking successes from Piper backing you up. So you didn't need a ton to get out. The rest of the way out of the building is harried and terrifying. Your hearts are in your throats. And you are literally 15 steps from the back door when you hear shouting from behind you.
just go.
Somebody is yelling freeze. They're asking who you are. They're demanding to see ID. Are you running?
Do we hear guns being drawn? Like, we
you
should
assume
just go.
that you assume that there may be guns drawn, depending. But if you want to run, you can just run.
We're not going to win a firefight right now, so we should just go.
How far are we away
Literally
from
10 to 15
anything?
feet. You could get there really quickly.
I could get there incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
Piper, can you cut the lights?
Can I?
Into technology.
All right.
This is not a security system roll.
No.
Maybe. Yeah, probably. Are you going to? Do you just do it, or do you answer yes?
She'll say yeah on it.
Okay.
Cut the lights, and as soon as you know that we're out the door, lock them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to need Dex plus Athletics from Katy, Lynn, and Isobel. Gozer does not have to roll because he's a fucking wolf.
He's a dog.
Can I use what I have to clear large distances?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then I'm actually not going to make you roll because I didn't think about that, but yes.
Yeah.
Is
I
3
would,
enough?
however, 3 should be enough.
Okay.
I would, however, like Isobel to describe to everybody at home what she does to clear this long distance.
She sort of at first it's like looks like she's just going to take off into a sprint and sort of like falls into sort of that crouch like you do before a long jump. And this one is just incredibly long.
Okay. Isobel crouches and then throws herself forward. Unfortunately, you're in a building. So you get a little bit more air than you may have necessarily wanted to, but you kind of have to get over Katy Lynn's head. And as you do, your head brushes the panels of the ceiling because there's drop panels. But you land in front of Katy Lynn, throw the door open. The two of you burst out. Gozer is hot on Katy Lynn's heels. And Katy Lynn turns and slams the door shut behind her. Time for you all to hear bullets embed themselves in the door. A second later, you hear Piper over the comms going, fuck, 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 and then the squealing of tires as the RV whips around a corner. And almost like is driving on one set of wheels, like for just a second. It's almost up off of one side.
Yeah, just gonna. If we're gonna
Just keep going.
Yeah, keep going. I'm gonna jump again.
All right, you all pile onto the RV and peel out onto the highway. Patty is pushing this thing for all the speed it can get. But you're out of harm's way as far as you know. Nobody saw your faces because you were wearing masks. And as far as Piper can tell, nobody has burst out onto the scene to see you guys yet because they're struggling with the back door that she has locked and caused the mechanism to jam on. They keep trying to unlock it, and Piper hits a button and it locks again.
Relock.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't really gotta work on the locks on this thing. Yeah.
Okay. All right. In the aftermath, you all find a safe house. Gonna say that with Piper's underground connections, it's not difficult. You all find a safe house. You park the RV a ways away from the safe house. Probably on the compound. And get like a rental car to take you back to said safe house. Isobel.
Yeah.
In the nights following the breakout, as you are trying to figure out how to wake up your friend, because just trying to feed her blood doesn't seem to be working, and you're not sure why. You keep having this recurring intrusive thought. I should call Jace. Jace would know what to do. Jace is like the smartest person I know. Of course he would know what to do. He would know all about this. This is his thing.
He's an actual vampire.
Right. It's natural. It's perfectly logical. Jace would know exactly what to do to wake up the vampire that's been in this state for years. Maybe this one's different from the one that nearly killed Arthur, because the one that nearly killed Arthur did a lot of stuff that you'd never seen vampires be able to do.
Yeah,
and it just keeps happening.
I think eventually she will give in, probably after like a couple of nights and feeling like she's exhausted every idea and option she has.
During that time, you cannot regain willpower. And every time you go to sleep and you close your eyes, Jace is in your dreams. He's the answer. You just know he's the answer. You have to call him. And when you hit that day 3 of no answers, not being able to figure it out, do you slip off from the others to make your phone call?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. I'm going to tuck away Piper and Katy Lynn because they're not here for this.
Just Isobel will go out back for a cigarette because she's stressed.
Okay. You are alone in the backyard. It is a few hours after sundown.
Yeah.
You pick up your phone and make your call.
Yep.
It takes several rings. Hey, little doctor, what's up?
I need your help this time.
Yeah?
I have someone who's been in a state for a couple of years.
In a state.
She was staked, and
Okay, we're not going to talk anymore on the phone. Where are you?
yeah, and I'll give him the address.
Okay, I'll be there in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
He hangs up. The second he hangs up, your heart breaks. You didn't want him to hang up. You wanted to talk to him for hours. You want to be around him all the time. Like, what would ever make you think about going off and living a normal life? Like, obviously your destiny is right here.
Yeah.
A few hours later, a beat-up old K car pulls up outside of the safe house that you guys secured, that Tav did the work of getting set up for you. Tav is the one who answers the door. Would you have warned anybody that he's coming, by the way?
Yeah, I think eventually she would have been like, she would have told people and just being like, if you're not comfortable with this, please, you do not have to be here. It's just that she's exhausted all of her options and she has nothing else. She's so, you know.
Okay. Patty and Tav stay. The others all have the option to leave. We'll ask them later if they left or if they stayed. Actually, I'm going to ask now. Katy Lynn, Piper, are you there?
Yeah, Piper's gonna stay.
There's no reason for me to go anywhere.
Okay, cool. They are there, maybe in a different room, so that they don't have to have a vampire see their faces. But Patty and Tav are in the room with you. Patty or Tav answers the door. What's up?
I'll probably be in case.
Okay, well then I'll put you back on the screen.
She would be ready with the ward for Fourth the Unnatural, just going and staying close to Isobel.
Do you have your sensor stuff going? I will allow you to roll it again if you would like. Katy Lynn, are you in the room or are you in another room?
I don't think there's a good reason for me to be there, but also I want to be, so I'll just decide.
All right, cool. You're in the room.
She would do it once Jason, whoever he's coming with, got here.
Okay.
Here's the roll for the ward. See how big it is. Yeah.
All right.
So at the very least, as long as Piper stands close to Isobel, she can intercept any sort of weird fuckery.
Okay, but your ability to sense the unnatural, is that something that's something you have to roll for, right?
4 successes, and then for vampires specifically, 5. So.
Okay. All right, Tav answers the door. There's only one person outside. He immediately pings his kindred to you.
Yep.
Isobel also pings as a supernatural. I mean, she kind of has for a bit, but it is just worth noting that it has not gone away, even though you're around the month.
Yeah, it's been around the month mark.
Isobel, the second Jace walks in, it's like everything is right in the world. You just know everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, she'll kind of move towards him a little bit and say, "Thank you for coming."
He kind of looks you over, tilts his head. Of course. You said somebody was staked?
Yeah, she was staked, and it's been like this for a while. And I'll start leading him back to where we've set up the body.
You lead him into a basement room because it was the easiest and most the easiest way to make it light tight. Lead him down into the basement. Tav follows pretty closely, and Patty hangs back a couple of steps, but is still following. As everybody goes down into the basement. I'm not going to make anybody roll insight. Isobel, you don't notice this because you're so caught up in Jace being there. Everybody else can see that Tav is like one step away from violence. Tav does not like that this guy is here. Gozer is also not happy. By the way, Gozer has been growling the second Jace walks in. He doesn't attack because he's very well trained, but...
I'm just going to put it on Huff's arm and, like, give him a quick squeeze, like, I fucking know.
Huff kind of nods a little bit. And there's a moment where Jace kind of stops and he meets Tav's eyes. And you can tell that there's like a stare down happening. It's brief, but it's there. And Tav doesn't fucking flinch. In fact, he's so still that only Katy Lynn can feel the very faint tremor of what you assume is like him locking his muscles to keep from moving too much. Not fear. Jace goes into the room. Looks down at the body on the table and frowns. She has been like that for a long time.
Yeah. I tried everything I could think of, and she's just not waking up.
She's gonna need a lot of blood when she's awake, and you're gonna want to have as few mortals in the room as possible.
Yeah, of course.
He kind of tilts his head at Isabel's behavior for a moment, but then doesn't say anything. Your friends should probably go upstairs unless they want to be a potential snack.
Is there a roll necessary to realize that Isabel's acting weird?
No.
Or is it pretty obvious that she's acting weird?
Isabel hasn't looked at Patty or Tov once since Jace walked in the room.
You can see
Walked in the house. Yeah, it's very obvious that she's acting weird.
Can let's all go upstairs for a second. I gotta go grab something. I don't want to leave people alone. Rather have everybody stay close to me.
What time is it?
It's pretty late. It's a few hours after sunset. Probably close to midnight. Or a little after midnight, really.
I'm actually going to follow Tov's lead on this. If he wants to stay, he can. I'll stay with him.
Tov looks like he's going to stay until Patty puts a hand on both of your shoulders. Let's not be stupid. Let's go.
I guess holler if you need us.
Yeah.
And as they're leaving, like, the face Katy Lynn has made is everything short of the, like, pointing eyes, points at her eyes, points at Jason. Fuck you.
Oh no, it's fine. There's gonna be a robot with a gun in this room with them.
As you guys leave, that leaves Isobel and Jace in the room with the body.
Yeah.
Jace goes and shuts the door and locks it. I don't know how well that's going to do at stopping her if she frenzies, but it's something. Before I do this, you and I need to have a talk, I think.
Okay, yeah.
At no point when I gave you my blood did you mention that you were going to be drinking it, but I know what a blood bond looks like.
I didn't mean to until recently. It was the day I helped you. That's when I did it the first time. It was either that or I pass out.
Uh-huh. But this is strong.
And then the second time was I helped Piper deal with a very old kindred. And I was worried I wouldn't be strong enough. And then the last time was a couple of nights.
3 vials? Are you serious?
Yep. Last night was the last time was a couple of minutes ago.
Here's how this is gonna work.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna fix this for you. And he points at the body. I will wake her up.
Uh-huh.
We will get some blood in her. And then you and her are coming with me.
Okay.
You're a ghoul now, which means you belong to me. And I don't share my things.
Okay.
Good girl. Isobel, you watch as one of Jace's thumbs becomes longer and slightly pointed, and the nail grows out. His thumb looks less like a thumb and more like a talon on a bird. And he uses it to cut into his opposite wrist. You've seen Kindred cut themselves open before. You've seen Jace do it. And the skin usually knits itself back together pretty quickly, or tries to. But there's a look on his face where he is very focused, and the wound stays open after he cuts himself. He reaches over, he pulls the stake out of Nessa, and then puts his wrist above her mouth, which he's holding open with the opposite hand. We're gonna fast forward a little bit. Everybody here has played vampire. You all know what it looks like when somebody's pulled out of torpor. Takes a hot minute. When she inevitably wakes up and immediately starts to frenzy. Jace grabs her and bodily forces her back down onto the table that she's on. She thrashes and fights and bites and claws, and he is literally like straddling her middle, and using his hands to wrists on the table. At one point, you watch as the rest of his fingers also turn into what look like claws and talons and sink into the table, into the wood that the table is made out of, to give himself a better grip. And he yells at you to start feeding her the blood, like right now.
Yep, Isobel is already moving when she starts waking up.
It takes a while. Eventually she comes down out of frenzy, and then she's hysterical. He, at one point, locks eyes with her. Once she has started to kind of cry and weep and try to babble and demand answers. He locks eyes with her and he says, "Silence." And she goes very still. And then he stands back. He gives those long, weird, talon-looking fingers a slow kind of roll and flex to pop the knuckles. Rolls his neck and his shoulders. All right. We should go. She's obeying for now, but she won't stay like this for long unless we get her properly fed. Something fresh. And you don't want it to be one of your friends, because I don't know that she'll stop.
No, I don't want that. Yeah, I think this is Isobel will, I guess, prepare to do that.
Okay. He stands up, has Nessa get up, puts a hand on her shoulder so that he could stop her before she tries to go running off and tearing into whatever humans are around, and then gestures to the door for you to lead the way.
Yeah, I am. Well.
Okay. You guys go upstairs. I'm assuming that when we come out, there is a robot with a gun leveled at the door. You're muted, dear.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Jace kind of tilts his head and looks vaguely amused. That's cute. Come on, Isobel.
Yeah, Isobel, Isabel's got no willpower right now.
There's no willpower and she's blood bonded.
Yeah.
Like,
There's little she can do to try and resist.
I'm sorry, what?
that was out of character knowledge.
Out of character.
No, I know. The come on, Isobel is what's getting the I'm sorry, what?
Isobel and I have an agreement. Given that she's been using my strength to get through her day to day. Take what isn't yours. There's a price to be paid for it.
I don't know this in character, never mind.
Isabel will just sort of like look at everybody and just sort of just like shake her head slightly, just like don't do it.
Bob looks like he's about to cross the room at somebody. Patty looks pretty pissed too. What the fuck does this mean? He just waltzes in here and you just fucking leave us.
I have to go with him.
You have to?
Yeah, I have to go with him.
Why?
Because she's a ghoul. She's my ghoul. She's bonded
been a ghoul
to
before.
me. Yes, well, unfortunately, sometimes when you drink too much blood in a short period of time, and he kind of gestures at her, you become beholden to the person that you've drunk from, which is why we had an agreement that she wouldn't be drinking my blood. Seeing as she broke the rules. She's now my charge. Anybody who would like to can make an insight check.
I kind of think I will. Is it just raw insight?
What's an insight? Sorry.
3.
Two.
You both can see that he has the look of somebody who has been saddled with a responsibility he didn't necessarily want, but has accepted he has to take on anyway.
How long? I assume these things don't last forever.
No, but it'll take time for it to wear off. And
How
will
much
depend
time?
entirely on her choices in the meantime.
Choices I hope you will let her make herself.
Well, she made these so far.
Can I say goodbye?
You can say see you later. With any luck, this doesn't take more than a few months to go away.
Yeah.
He
We're
does not
counting
leave
on
the
it.
room, by the way, but he does wait for you to say your goodbyes.
Yeah. And she will head over to Hattie and Top first.
Patty has a look on his face like he doesn't understand and is not okay with what's happening. Tav looks like he wants to go across the room and kill Jace.
And Isobel will just sort of try to hold on to both of them at the same time and say, as I said, not goodbye. Just I'll be back when this is all run its course. It's a short period of time away from each other.
It better be a short period of time. And he looks over your shoulder at Jace. She doesn't come back, or I get her back and she's hurt. I'm gonna be your worst fucking nightmare. And Jace has a look on his face. For Katy, Lynn, and Piper, you both see it, where his jaw flexes and you watch his hand kind of curl into a fist, and then he kind of visibly forces his fingers apart, like he's trying to make them relax.
And Isobel will kiss both of them and tell them both, I love you so much. Thank you for everything you've done for me. And I will see you again soon. And promise it's all over. Fucking just cabin in the middle of the woods. Just us. Just us.
I'll hold you to that, says Tav.
You better. And I think Isobel is crying at this point.
You hear shifting behind you. Piper and Katy, Lynn, and the boys can all see that Jace is like gripping Nessa's shoulder a little bit tighter because Nessa's fidgety. Mm-hmm. Isobel, we have to go.
Yeah. And one more, like just one more moment of squeezing both of their hands and just a look that promises I will be back before grabbing her medical bag.
Jay says nothing to anybody else. He just turns and steers Nessa out the door with Isobel out on his heels.
And Isobel, while she's leaving, will say to the rest of everybody and just thank you for what you did. See you all later.
All right. Goodbye, Isobel. All right. That leaves everybody else. We're gonna jump forward a little bit more. I know I'd love to keep doing roleplay, but it is 12:40, and we have one more thing that has to happen before the night's over. A few days later, there is a phone call from a certain sister that you have both met, who requests a meeting with the bishop to discuss potential future employment opportunities. I need to adjust a screen. One moment, folks. Sorry. I thought that this was going to be Isobel, not Katy, Lynn. Fixed. Okay. You all roll up on a nondescript office building. You know that there is a Catholic church down the street, but the bishop has requested a meeting in this office building instead. When you arrive, Bishop Thomas, they are both patted down by security, as usual. Security make sure that they are not packing. Katy, Lynn, you would have been informed you should probably leave the guns outside. They don't mean you any harm. It's literally to talk about a job, but
I will happily surrender them, but I am not just walking in unarmed.
That's fair. All right. So you end up surrendering them to two more men who are dressed much like the one that was in the video that you watched, in the priest collar, but also like the tactical pants.
Try not to hurt yourself with them.
One of them looks like he wants to say something and then just doesn't. And you are led into an office, into a conference room. Oh, you are muted, dear. I think you may have muted your headset.
But there are two of you.
Yeah.
Where's
It is
the doctor?
unfortunate. She's indisposed for the next couple months.
Due to
Poor decision making. We will deal with it later.
Piper is very, very clearly fighting herself, trying not.
Trying not to what?
Trying, she's forcing herself to not say it.
Okay.
But she seems like she very much wants to.
Piper. When I met you all before, she had made a particular bad choice.
Continued to make that choice. And I believe steps need to be taken to ensure it does not happen.
I see.
We weren't in a situation to
hoping-
take care of her. There were 4 of us.
I am hoping that anything that comes from this meeting will help us with both of these problems.
Well, I had originally brought you here to discuss employment. For you, Piper, obviously something out of the field that may not be what you're interested in at this time.
At least not right now. I think this needs to be handled first.
There is always one more, isn't there?
Always.
Why don't we sit down and talk? And Esty, I don't know how much detail you want me to go into here. We'll go over the particulars of working for the Second Inquisition.
This is mostly about just offering them the basic positions. We don't need to go into a book's worth of information, which is how much there is for 5th edition SI. So
it's very simple. I guess the question is simple, and I'm pretty sure I already know your answer, but I'm obliged to ask. Do you want to continue hunting?
Yes.
Provisionally. I have a couple of things I'd like to check off my list, and then I'd like to leave.
We're not the army. We don't have gear setups, and you're not taking holy orders, so it's not a vocation. Well, not yet, at any rate.
Like I said, gods and I are on the outs right now anyway.
And yet here you are doing his work.
You could call it that.
All right. Well then. In our defense, we've never called ourselves the Second Inquisition. That was a term coined by the Blank Bodies.
It's a fitting name, especially from them, but names can be mercurial at best.
Within the United States, the cooperation between the government and the Society of St. Leopold does have a code name, so welcome to Operation First Light.
And on that note, we are going to wrap it up. Thank you for joining us for the finale of Wayfarer, A Hunter the Reckoning Chronicle. We hope you enjoyed the story. We are so pleased that you were here to share it with us, to see how everything went down.